Hello and welcome to RPGs Uncovered once again. We are back for the season finale of our demo play mini-series, Iron Coke and Conscience. It's been a ton of fun with this game, and I am so hyped for this finale. Let's keep this intro tight. I say to myself because I really want to get into this. We got a lot of cool stuff that could happen. Depending on what the players do, this could go either really quick or we could push time. So I think this is going to be a super exciting episode. Either way, I have a lot of cool stuff planned. So stick around. And the one thing I will make sure I hype up first and foremost is our mayhem meter. This is the season finale. This is the culmination of everything we've learned about this game so far. This is the explosive conclusion to all the stories that we've seen. A lot of excellent character work by these amazing AP actors here. So, if you'd like to support, really not the show itself, but this particular show, this particular cast, the best way to do that is with the Mayhem meter. Scroll down, flip over to the About tab here on Twitch, and you should see a bright yellow caution-like banner. That is the Mayhem meter, and you can see a little actual meter up on the top of our screen over there. We had a very generous donation by Kian at the very end of last episode, putting us at $20. When we hit 50, something crazy is gonna happen. I got all kinds of stuff that could happen. Good stuff, bad stuff, crazy stuff. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And the most important part about the Mayhem meter is anything we get through there gets divided up between all of us. It is the best way I can think of to make sure I can pay my cast something for their time and amazing creativity. So if you want to see this finale really kick off and you want to support these fantastic people, that is the best way to do it. Other than that, you're already here. You know what I do. Dedicated to helping you find your next favorite game, whether it be through actual plays or tutorials or whip workshops. So when we're done here, head over to the YouTube at RPGs Uncovered, and check out previous seasons, check out Whip Workshop creator interviews. We have 2 active Kickstarters right now for Veil of Void Yggdrasil and Witches of Midnight. Both excellent games. Go check them out when we're done, and go give them some support if you can. But I think that's all I'm going to bother with the shilling today. I think that covers pretty much anything I need to normally do. So let me throw this over to my fantastic cast here, and they can introduce themselves and we can get started. So, as always, Kat, hello, and welcome to the finale.
Welcome to the finale! Welcome to the finale to you too, listener. I am Kat. I am the host, king of the podcast Sort of Symphonies, where my good, cool friends playtest my game Heroic Chord, which you might have seen here on RPGs Uncovered in Season 2. I also am the choir master of Roar to Heaven, a game where other friends play my game Blazing Hymn and are punished for it. The screener of Roar to Heaven is actually coming on right after this at the Rainbow Roll Fest.
Nice.
So, by the way, Rainbow Roll Fest, I'm one of the founding members of the Rainbow Roll Network. Our motto is Our Stories, Our Voices, queer voices told by queer actual play podcasts and streams now. And this weekend is our festival, the Rainbow Roll Fest, raising money for Trans Lifeline. So, watch this. Check this shit out right here. But when you're done, go over there, please.
All right. Yes, excellent. We'll see. Remind me to raid if I can figure it out and remember when we are done.
Oh, I would love that.
Yeah. All right. Let's throw this over to Lion. Welcome to the finale.
Well, hello there. I'm super excited to be here. Hi, I'm Lion. I'm the creative director and founder for Tales from the Table Studios. You can find me online at TheLionKnight42, and I'm very, very excited to be one final time playing Chandler Chad Washport Goldberg, the absolute most alpha Chad you will ever meet, who is also the most ride or die bro you have ever seen. Usually. And I can't wait to see what happens here. Heartbroken that we're coming to an end, but absolutely super excited to see it through. Let's fucking go.
All right. Yes. And rounding us out, we have JD. It's finale time.
All I can think right now is after what Lion said, like ride or die. The or die part feels very present right now in the room with us.
Oh,
Hi, I'm JD. I'm one of the storytellers and cast members most often with Live from the Apocalypse. I am playing Roman Hargreaves. We'll see if I survive. I'm very excited to see how this finale goes. Roman is not in a great place on multiple levels:
Mm-hmm.
physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. It's not looking good, but I think it's going to be a wild ride to the end, whatever that end is.
Yes. All right, so before we get started, as always, a little bit of a content warning because this is a personal horror mystery TTRPG. There may be things that come up that, may be disturbing or unsettling for you. If that is the case, please step away. Your health is more important than the metrics that you provide here. Go make sure that you are okay, and maybe check back after the scene is over, or if this show isn't for you, well, then I'm surprised you've stuck around this long. But if so, you can head over to previous seasons of RPGs Uncovered and find completely different and amazing content over there from our previous cast and wonderful games that we've had before. Things that may come up today, really minor little possibilities of some confined spaces may come up. There may be some aspects of body horror and injuries that'll come up. A lot of mind games happening right now. That is kind of the MO of Locus, the MO of the Malice Locus. So gaslighting and other social issues may come up. But these guys have been fantastic with their character work. They handle everything so respectfully and entertainingly. It's a great time. So let's see. I think it's about time that we jump into this. And I will say before we get started, yeah, no, I'm not going to worry about that. Go check out Ko-Fi. There's some cool stuff there, and there's some even more cool stuff coming. This is the season finale, so all of my notes, everything I've been holding on to, all of the monsters, all the secrets, they're going to be dumped when we're done here. It's the season finale, so I finally get to share you all the different machinations going on in my head. But with that, let's jump into the finale of Iron, Coke, and Conscience. So previously on Iron, Coke, and Conscience, we've seen our cast stranded in Jolston, an old steelworks town that fell apart and really depopulated after the fall of Jolston Steel. Pretty much at or just at the beginning middle of the U.S. steel crisis in the 80s and 90s, or in the 70s and 80s and all that. I think it's somewhere around there. Jolston Steel and Jolston, they've had a rough time, and these folks have been stranded there. They can't get out. It's hot. The air is full of soot. It's a bad place. So they've been trying to figure out how to get away from Jolston and back to JD's family ski lodge, which was their original destination. But things have gone absolutely crazy since then. They are currently on the hunt for some sort of safe that apparently JD's father's company has sent suits to go and collect over the last couple decades even. So they've determined that probably has something to do with the weird supernatural negativity of this area, the Malice Locus, and have set off to try to find that and find some way to escape. And in doing so, they've all gotten fairly injured at this point, having come across a number of monsters, which are the manifestations of their own negativity and the negativity of this area and its denizens itself. They have found the location of this safe. However, it is enclosed in a large steel bubble from the collapse of the blast furnace and other major sections of the steelworks, and have been working to get their way in there despite sabotage, self-sabotage, and monsters that have been harrying them. Most specifically, the gluttonous gatekeeper, which is this massive ooze-like creature which vaguely resembles Chandler's father in more ways than one, and has been gluttonously, enviously grabbing at everything and anything that it perceives as being valuable to those it wants to stop. Mainly Chad here, Chandler, but also the other two, Laura and Roman. Roman, after a number of injuries and seeming to go more and more insane, not helped by the fact that his best friend Chandler just drugged him with most of the remnants of his fanny pack of drugs, had a one-sided conversation with a statue, which then crumbled, and he jumped through the steel bubble, leaving these other two behind with that rapidly closing. And that is where we are going to pick up today, and I'm going to keep in mind the turn order. I always hesitate to say let's drop into initiative because it gives players the mindset that we need to fight, but I'm going to keep in mind initiative as you guys settle whatever the real quick thinking that you guys need to do. JD just disappeared, unfortunately, or Roman just disappeared. JD's right here. We love it. Laura didn't really have line of sight on most of that, so is probably a little bit confused. And Chad is quite a distance away, now trying to entice the gluttonous gatekeeper with one of his most important items on him: all of his drugs.
His treasured drugs.
Yes.
I would like to find out where the hell Roman just went, please.
All right.
I would like to go to where Roman vanished.
Okay, you can rush over in front of this steel bubble. I do believe you are the first to act. Yes. You rush over to the front of this steel bubble and see that there is a rapidly closing, sort of rusted out crack in the steel bubble, and it is dark in there. You can see movement, probably just the initial movement of Roman landing, probably tucking and having to roll, maybe knocking against whatever debris might be inside, but it is rapidly closing. It would be difficult and dangerous to get in as it is right now, but it is doable. But if you hesitate, you try to grab.
I try to grab Roman. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
Let's see. This will be quite a difficult task because Roman threw all of his momentum to jump through a hoop, basically. Yeah. So you are having to grab him before that momentum takes him out of your reach. Let me ask JD, if she does manage to actually grasp you, would you fight this?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I think the best way we can do this is actually, it might be a little double jeopardy, but I think this is going to have to be 2 checks. One to see, Laura, if you can actually move quick enough to get a hold, and then it will be an opposed check between you and Roman to see how you fight.
Frailty checks between Roman and Laura.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
I'm excited.
But let's start this off with a roll that is always 3d6. You are going to be using your, probably your clumsiness. This is just swiftness, really.
Yeah.
Which you are quite good at. This is going to be a hard difficulty check. So you roll your 3d6 and you have to take the lowest value.
No ones.
What's that?
No ones.
No ones. All right.
662.
662. So even with a 2, you do succeed. You manage to get in there quick enough, move around the structure, and throw your arm in. Now you are pretty much shoulder deep, if not more, sticking through this rapidly closing, rusted opening. And you do grab hold of... Roman's lost a lot of clothing at this point. What are you wearing?
I
think you have a jacket.
Still wearing Laura's windbreaker.
Yeah, so you grab your own windbreaker. Let's have an opposed test between you two.
Opposed frailty between Laura and
This
Roman.
is going to be opposed frailty.
Yeah.
Roman, for reasons, I'm going to give you +1 to your successes, so you automatically get 1 success. Okay. So Both these players are rolling 3d6. They're going to consult each of the dice results to their frailty and tell me how many of them score over their frailty value.
Jack, did you see where my dice went?
I think it's over there.
Okay, thanks.
Pretty sure it went that way.
Thanks, Lion.
Yeah.
Fail. Fail. Fail.
Roman.
4 successes.
Ooh!
I rolled 2 5s and a 6.
Love it.
The added one.
Listen.
Love it.
Let's go.
I think what I'd like to pitch is that Laura reaches in out of habit with her right arm,
Mhm.
the one that is fucked right now.
Yeah.
And thus, like, throwing her arm off is actually pretty easy to do because it's covered in acid burns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. JD, or Roman, you have to act quite quickly at this point. Very stressful situation. You just feel something grab your arm as you pass through, and you can easily shake it off. Not entirely sure what it is. In fact, in this darkness, I'll leave it to you. I'll leave it to you whether or not you perceive that it is Laura. However, I will remind you that you are jumping into what is essentially the heart of the Malice Locus with 10 cards in your hand. So you are freaking out.
Oh, 100%. And I think that is part of why Roman is able to also get away from Laura, because when he feels that hand grab him, that is the last thing he wants.
Mhm.
Like, he is in darkness. He doesn't know who this is. He doesn't know what this is. And so he just twists out of the grasp and is aiming to put some distance.
All right. Yeah, you twist away, and Laura, you feel Roman twist away from you, but you also feel quite a tight grip on your wrist, actively pulling that hand away. And you are actually sort of thrown backwards a couple feet, stumble backwards a couple feet, and the steel dome is rapidly closing.
Yeah. And Laura lets out just a massive roar of pain because I think she has lost track of how badly these burns have progressed.
Yeah.
And the feeling of this hand grabbing her by the wrist is just searing. And she's also so mad.
And it is a strong iron grip. Much
She's
stronger
so-
than Roman could
Yeah,
manage.
no, I know that Roman is a little baby. I don't know that Laura would acknowledge that they're of equal strength in terms of stat line, but
Sure.
she knows that Roman is not a strong lad.
So Chad,
And so she lets out a kind of, what the fuck was that, Roman? And then she kicks the dome, like as hard as she can.
that's probably your first notice of anything going wrong, Chad. As Laura screams out and kicks the dome, there is a real shallow dum that reverberates because of how thick this steel is, and that's probably the reason you turn around and see this going on, but you don't have long to react. You can see the metal almost entirely closed. It would be dangerously difficult for you with your bulk to run that distance and throw yourself in, and you have the gatekeeper right in front of you, which you have been catnip toying.
So, the way I envision this, there's that moment where he popped off the lid to his drugs and is holding them, and then he's standing there, and he's feeling pretty good about himself in the moment. He's standing up to this guy who may not actually be his dad, but is the closest he's gonna get here, is protecting the people he's here with, and for a moment he feels real good, and then he hears that, and there's a moment where I think he looks back, and he's like, "Huh?" And then before he can do anything, he sees the dome, and then he looks over at Laura, and then he looks at the dome again, and then he looks back at the giant octopus asshole, and without taking his eyes off the guy, he goes, "Where the fuck did Roman go?"
Looks like your friends can't even stand to be around you.
And then Chad looks down at the drugs that he's holding. Back up. I think he's gonna down him.
Okay.
Yep. Just whatever remaining cocktail pills there are in there. Just down the hatch.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
he throws the bottle at Octopus Dad.
I will keep that in mind.
Yeah. And I think that's it. I think that's all Chad does for right now. I don't think he's gonna go for the dome. He still doesn't know exactly what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
But he knows Laura's here, roaming somewhere. And he's not gonna let Octodad get away so easy. So fuck that.
All right. So
He eats his last power-up mushroom.
right. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and because I said preparing this as an enticement and way of debilitation against the gatekeeper would use the remains of your drugs.
That is true, yes.
So normally we would roll for durability at this point.
I think we just trash it then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that probably makes more sense.
Yeah, because you purposely scooped up all of them. Whatever was remaining, you purposely are using up your final supply. So that is all of your drugs.
Yeah.
With that, I think we're going to turn to the gatekeeper, the gluttonous gatekeeper. And you can see this figure, this large, sort of greenish, grayish, translucent ooze tentacle being that sort of culminates at the top, very similar to the visage of your father. Look down with an almost mocking grin as he finished his last line. You think you can stand up to me? To this place? To yourself? Quit lying to yourself. I was going to lash out in your direction. Where's my gatekeeper? So this is going to be a contested roll. He's rolling attack, you are rolling defense. Yes, same as before. Feel free to roll me either a frailty or clumsiness.
This time I think it's going to be a frailty because for Chad, in this moment, it's about standing up to this guy. Mm-hmm. It's about saying, I'm not going to run, I'm not going to die, I don't give a fuck.
All right.
Bro.
Let's see. Not great on his end. No meets it, beats it. So he only got 2 successes.
I have 3 successes. 4,
Excellent.
5, 6.
Excellent. Yeah, with that, it slams down one of its goo tentacles in your direction. And I think you do just kind of, with both hands, just throw the weight of it off and away from you. There's a little bit of this searing sort of acid burn on your hands, but with how bad it rolled and how well you rolled, I'm not going to give you even a minor injury for that.
And I think I don't think Chad even reacts to this as it comes down. I think he's ready for it, and then like right before it makes contact, he just kind of like shoves it away. And he's like, "Too slow, you old fuck."
Why are you always left behind? And one of his other tendrils reaches out and envelops one of the nearby gold statues. You can see there was a surprised look on the gatekeeper's face when that statue crumbled and somehow opened up the dome. Surprised, maybe even a little feared. But that did not deter him from mocking you. However, it is going to use its seizing ability to grab one of the nearby statues and engulf it in acid.
Oh, good.
We're going to
I
pause
have so many
on...
metaphysical questions about that, Jack. I'm just gonna say, like, so many metaphysical questions.
Tune in next week for the final review and analysis, which is basically an extended after show where we're going to talk about all this. But
Yes.
we're going to hold off on Roman for just a bit because we're sort of in quick action time right now, and I have plans for Roman inside his little steel bubble. So,
Oh, yeah.
Laura, we're back to you. Standing and cursing and
Laura's-
kicking outside the bubble.
Oh, Laura's so fucking pissed off, everybody. She's so pissed off right now. I have a question for you. I think Laura is just looking around the room. Because last time we had to fight a monster. We didn't fight the monster, we locked him in a box.
Mm-hmm.
So Laura's like, there's gotta be fucking something we can do about the goo man. What can we do about the goo man? I can't fight the goo man. What can I do about the goo man?
I think, actually, I know, because of the drug cocktail, that Chad did figure out the gatekeeper's sort of MO in this instance, but I'm not sure there was time to share exactly his line
No,
of
Chad
thought.
didn't say anything to Laura.
No, yeah. Chad will need some prompting for that. Chad is pretty focused right now.
Go ahead and give me an ignorance test. I believe it should be ignorance. Yeah, go ahead and give me an ignorance test.
Not her best stat.
I'm
would
going to
argue
say
one of her
that
worst
this
ones.
is a hard difficulty check
Okay.
because you don't have the sort of background insight and connection to this monster that Chad does. So 3d6
damn it.
lowest dice has to roll over.
My lowest die met. I'm pissed off
Okay.
now too.
You
have
can spell
willpower?
willpower to re-roll.
Oh, I do have willpower, yeah, and I can reroll that one. I'm gonna do it again.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. I spent 2 willpower, but I succeeded.
Okay.
Eventually, in the end.
That's eating up your willpower. All right.
It is num 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 tasty.
Yeah, so you've seen a number of times that this creature has gone after objects that it perceives as maybe not valuable to itself, but valuable to you and your goals and what you are doing as a whole. And probably most notably, you can put together, you could see as the reaction of the gatekeeper's face, that it was surprised and confused and maybe even a little afraid that this statue collapsed and somehow opened the steel bubble. You put that together with the fact that it was grabbing the lever that you guys were intending to use. It grabbed all of those ceramic plates that you were intending to make a little crucible or confined area to help melt down or explode a section
Tried
of
to
this
take my
bubble.
coat.
It seems to want what you want and take away from you, but every time it spreads itself out and engulfs an object within its own mass, it becomes more and more spread out, more and more thinned out, and it looks like it is, diminishing the main body of this creature. So the more it holds, the more it takes away, the frailer it becomes, the easier it will be to take this thing out.
Okay.
So
I've
finding
got
ways.
2 ideas in my little brain.
Go ahead.
I've got 2 ideas in my little brain. Because the boys were thinking of using the slime to try to melt the steel bubble, and I don't hate that plan. But we'd have to convince the goo man that we want something in the bubble.
Yeah.
And neither of you want Roman, so that's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I have to pretend I want Roman. I think it's one of my... Laura's like, do I pretend I want Roman, or do I pretend I want more of these statues? I do both. Laura is going to run up to one of the statues and start making a show of pleading with it to let her into the bubble. But you have to open that thing up. We can't get out of here without Roman. Come on. Let us the fuck in here, you golden piece of shit.
As
And
you and
preferably one pretty far from Chad. I'm
Okay.
gonna pick one pretty far from Chad to just
Yeah.
lure it farther.
I mean, Chad is already quite a distance away because you guys were kind of
Yeah.
in between where Laura was coming from and the steel bubble when the monster showed up, and then he ran towards the monster. So he's effectively like 2 move actions away from the bubble. It was going to be difficult for him to get there anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so you head over to one of these golden statues, and as you and Chad have perceived before, you do get that very low, soft whisper in the back of your mind of terror and pain and confusion. Not nearly to the volume and clarity that Roman seems to have been able to interact with this. But go ahead and make me a repulsion check to convince the gatekeeper that this is genuine.
Okay.
Do I
do
want to
have
make this
expertise
contested?
performance.
Yeah.
So it's, although that doesn't apply if it's contested, I guess, but
Yeah, with expertise, that
always an easy check.
always an easy check. Because you have that skill, yeah, and I was on the fence whether or not I was going to make this contested as like a social attack or not, but because you have that expertise, I'm going to let you just roll a regular check. So because of the expertise, it is automatically easy. I was
Laura's
going
a
to make it a
liar.
hard difficulty check,
her
so
jam.
that expertise is really helping you.
Yeah.
3d6, consult the
This
highest.
is the only circumstances under which I can make an easy check.
That's true,
because of
with
my
your
injury.
injury, yeah.
Oh, that's so good because I rolled 2 1s and a 3.
Oof.
So
All right.
that is a success. Somehow.
Yes, 3 is just over your 2 dots in repulsion. All right. Yeah, you can see one of the almost iguana-moving eyes of the gatekeeper focus away from Chad and over to you, and specifically this statue.
It's like, I don't know whether is he gonna go for the statue or try to get into the bubble, but either way we win, so
Yep.
I feel good about that.
All right. I'm just going to stick with the slightly modified turnover here and go with Chad.
So, Chad stops and goes, "Wait, did Roman go in the bubble?"
Yes, he went in the fucking bubble!
And then he stops. And there's a moment of just standing there in front of giant tentacle dad, processing. You want us to stay that bad, huh?
I want to show you that you are the failure you are. As you know you are.
And then he points back towards the dome. And he goes, "You get me in there and I'll let you have as long as you want to prove I'm a failure, bro."
Make me a repulsion check.
Yeah, I can do that. My repulsion is 2.
And this is going to be... This is going to be a hard difficulty check, but I'm not going to make it
Yeah,
a
that seems
post.
fair.
So 3d6, consult your lowest. You're not bad at this.
I'm gonna spend 2 willpower for a reroll.
Okay.
Right, because it goes up, it costs 1 more because I'm tense, right?
Spending the
No, it's just
willpower
one
only...
less die.
Yes, it always costs 1 willpower to re-roll, but your stress level determines how many dice you can re-roll. So at, what are you now? Tense, spending 1 willpower will allow you to roll 2 dice instead of 3.
Okay, that's fine. I only really need to re-roll the 1, so I'll go down to 9 willpower. And then that now is 3, 4, 5. So that is a success.
Okay.
And well, look, Chad at this point, I assume from the way we're all set up, has their back to Laura. So yeah, yep, and is just pointing towards it.
Okay. There is a beat where the gatekeeper does sort of stare down judgingly. And then moving on to the gatekeeper's turn, one of the tendrils is going to lash out at the statue that Laura is pleading with. And another is going to lash out at the almost now like grapefruit-sized hole in the dome, and the tendril is going to shoot through and sort of envelop from both sides this small opening. And Laura, you can see that there is a little bit of this whitish, grayish acid smoke coming off of the dome, but this is a process that might take a moment. But I really like that idea. So we're going to pause there real quick and head inside the dome. Now, it's only been a few seconds. Time in this game is a little more wibbly-wobbly than both of those Ds. So it's not necessarily just 6 seconds per round. So we're... let's see what Roman can get up to in this dome. You jump through, you shake off Laura's grasp, and you are inside this very enclosed space. It is dark. There is no light inside here except for what is shining through the hole, which vaguely illuminates just a whole bunch of debris. There is not much room inside here. You sort of tumble inside and smack against all kinds of debris. The continuation of the debris that has been sticking out of the steel bubble. So you have different girders that are at odd angles. You have pieces of sheet metal and wall, some bricks, mixed in with what looks like an office. You can see filing cabinets that have been knocked over and opened up and slightly melted. You can see remnants of desks and chairs and bookcases and other minor, like, supervisor office decoration here. But you immediately are almost overwhelmed by a sense of grief and the feeling of being manipulated and betrayed. What is your initial thought before I give you any additional prompts?
Roman was very much single-minded when he leapt in. You know, his focus was, I have to find the safe. I'm meant to find the safe. That is the only reason I'm here. I'm the only one who can do this. But I think as those feelings start to overwhelm him, the grief doesn't make as much sense to him. That he finds himself pushing back on. But that feeling of betrayal and manipulation starts to once again open up that fear of, what if I'm wrong? What if I just threw myself in here thinking that it was what I had to do to save everyone? And now I am alone, and I am going to meet the same end as those ghosts that I saw not so long ago. And I think there's some anger starting to build towards his father and his family for putting him in this situation, because it's not fair.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't ask for this. He didn't ask to have their sins given down to him. And now he is trapped in this bubble that He didn't ask to be in, although he did ask to be in it, but he didn't really. He didn't really. He had to.
All right. So I'm going to call for some stress tests here. Roman, I'll let you do either cowardice or, since you brought it up, temper for a stress test. Stress tests are medium, unless otherwise specified. I'll make this a regular medium. And Kat, actually, because you did fail your contested check against grabbing Roman, it is a failed check, and you should roll a stress test for that failure. Which I think, given your response, should be temper.
I went with cowardice and I passed.
Okay, both of you pass. Nice. Kian donating another $30. Thank you so much. That tops off our mayhem meter.
I lied. I failed. I forgot how stats work.
Okay.
My temper's a 5. I cannot.
Okay.
Laura's so fucking pissed off right
Gotcha.
now.
Gotcha. Yeah, stress test, same as always, 3d6. Consult the middle dice with a medium difficulty check to your dots in whatever attribute, this one being temper. You have to roll over, which is difficult for Laura in this instance. You could, if you would like, eat up more of your willpower.
No, being pissed is Laura's natural state.
All right, so Laura jumps up to tense. That's going to make willpower a little bit more of a commodity. All right. Yes. So, Laura, you are stressed out. We've already seen your reaction. Roman, you push past this. You don't allow it to engulf you as much as you are already freaking out, but you are freaking out on a sustained existential level as opposed to a very immediate oh shit level. Now that you are in this space, what is your immediate thought of action? What are you trying to do in here?
I am trying to push my way through as much of the rubble as I can to find the safe.
Okay. Go ahead and give me... I think this is going to be a carelessness check. Attentiveness. Which is not great for you, unfortunately.
No, it's not.
Medium difficulty. Which is the default because of your injury.
No.
Okay. You could spend willpower. You are at default stress, so 1 willpower will let you re-roll all 3. But you do have to roll a 5 or higher.
I will spend my willpower. And I'm glad I did, because that is a 5, a 5, and a 6.
Okay, there you go. That is a success. So you begin pushing your way through, sort of half stumbling. You do actually get quite a few cuts and nicks on your hand and your arm as you are pushing past sharp pieces of sheet metal and splintered pieces of wooden debris. And you see, with the rapidly diminishing light coming in, that there is a desk that has been collapsed. It looks like it's mostly intact, except that 2 of its legs have been busted up. It's sitting at an angle. It looks like it's been burned to a degree. You might be able to get into it. You do notice across the far wall, across at the far wall, you notice piled up underneath a bunch of debris, some filing cabinets, bins, girders, all of that. You see a fire safe. Not a huge one, but not a small one. Probably, yay big. Your typical sort of 1970s, 1960s, big, chonky, black, cast iron fire safes. That does have... You can see there's been fire damage, but not terribly much. If there was a roaring fire in here, a lot of the wooden debris would have been completely consumed. You do see that there is a dial on it. And as you are moving around, we'll hold off on that. I assume you head over to the safe and start investigating that.
Yes. Yes, I think Roman's instinct would be, although he doubts he'll find it. Actually, I don't think he doubts he'll find it. I think he's very convinced he'll find it. Because, again, he's meant to be here and he's meant to do this. You know, thinking like, people always put the codes way too close to where the item is. I'm sure it's around here somewhere.
All right. So what's your initial line of investigation?
I think just looking at the items initially around it, just to see, you know, if there is anything, a piece of paper, an old post-it note, whatever it might be, that might contain some of that information, or even if it might be somewhere on the safe itself.
All right. So you spend a little bit of time, you go over to the safe, you start looking around it, seeing if there's anything scratched into it, and you try to move it. It's heavy and it's underneath debris, so you're probably not going to be able to move it. Actually, with your stats, you're definitely not going to be able to move it. But you check around and see if you can find any post-it notes or sheets of paper. There's a filing cabinet that's sort of collapsed on top of it. You can rip that open and start just like throwing out sheets of paper and just seeing if there's anything that looks like it might be some sort of key. You can turn back around and scramble over to that desk. And you can see there's a bunch of debris on there. There's the remnants of a actually very nice looking leather office chair. And you can head over there, sort of push the remnants of that chair out of the way, and grab the handle on the desk and sort of give it a pull. It does seem to be locked, so it does jiggle, and as you pull on that, some of the debris sort of shifts, but there's a sort of flash in your mind, and you see, pretty much as soon as your hand comes in contact with that handle and you pull, you see almost juxtaposed on top of your exact position, you get this blurry whiteness, and it causes you to stumble back a little bit, and you can see that there is this sort of smoky form of a man, probably in his early to mid 40s, somewhere around there. Relatively well dressed for, you know, working in a steel mill. And you can see it looks like he's sitting down in this space. You can see a vague outline of the chair that you've just pushed away. It looks like he's sitting in front of his desk and he's holding something up to his face, perhaps a telephone. And you can hear, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very good, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hargreaves. It means a lot that you've taken my advice to heart. I think we will manage to get through this, and I will make it a personal project of mine to make sure that Jolston Steel turns around. So thank you very much for reconsidering and approving the maintenance work. It is in dire need. I have the receipts of work here now, and I will be letting our workers know that your consideration for their safety is utmost in your mind." Yes. Thank you. Oh, yes. Of course. Tell Mindy hello, and I'll bring some dip. Thank you, sir. And you can see this ghostly smoke apparition reach over to where the desk would be and pick up something, like yay big or so, pick up something in both hands and considers it for a bit, sighs deeply. There's a relief that sort of washes over his face. A slight smile creeps over. and you can see he puts that down and then rapidly sort of throws himself backwards and looks over in the direction of the blast furnace as you are overcome with this sensation of light and heat and are shaken out of whatever echo of the past that this was. And as you come to, you can sort of triangulate what this was a vision of, and you can see where the desk had collapsed. Over on a couple feet away, you can see the remains of a picture frame. You also see, around that same area, a little desk placard that reads, make sure I get the name correct, Supervisor Mr. Jameson Henry, which is actually a name that you are familiar with. You remember hearing stories of your grandfather talking about an old friend, Jameson Henry, and that he was a sort of business partner, sort of friend in his earlier life. But it was always spoken of in the past tense. You've never met the man. It was always spoken in the past tense. However, you do know that him and even down the line, your father has kept up with the Henrys and has every now and then they come to some sort of social gathering, or there is correspondence between them. Every now and then there's talk of some sort of get together, talk of providing something to this family. But anytime you've vaguely seen or heard of their involvement, they don't seem to be at your social and financial caliber, at least not anymore. Your grandfather spoke of him like he was a great businessman, like they were more or less equals at a time, but that doesn't seem to be the case going forward into yours and your father's generation. And you can scramble over to this picture frame, turn it over. The glass has been shattered. The picture is sort of half burned, but you can see that it's a photograph, and it's a 1970s, 1960s photograph. So it's grainy, it's black and white. It's a photograph of a woman in a hospital bed. Looks like she's had a time of it, holding a young baby. And you can see where the picture has sort of burned away and peeled over. On the back, scrawled in on there, is April 27th, 1961. And I think that is when you notice what little light that was there, which has been slowly being focused and dimmed, is quickly washed away, and you notice a heavy thud against the steel wall beside you, and this grayish-greenish ooze begin to seep through and sort of cling to the wall and slop down onto the ground and slowly writhing its way over to you.
Incredible.
I'm going to give you a little bit more time just to keep us up, but you have seconds.
I think Roman is going straight back to the safe with that picture in hand and is going to try to use that date as the combo.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, so this is an older safe. I don't know how many people are familiar with older safes. You have the spinny dial, and you go that way for a bit, you double back, go that way for a bit, and then move forward. This is a dial that has up to 99 notches. So have you worked out those numbers?
Roman is probably not in a good enough place to be particularly strategic with that, and I think especially because he is having heard what he heard in that conversation. The place his mind is going to is, this is such bullshit. This wasn't even my family's fault. This was the Henrys' fault. They should be the ones here. I shouldn't be here. My family did nothing wrong. We were working on those safety measures. We were putting them into place before this tragedy happened. I can't believe this. Why are we having to suffer? And that is where his mind is going. So, I mean, I think he's pretty much going to go with the first number as 4, the second number as 27, and the next one as 61, and see if that works.
All right, you very quickly, with now very little light. 4, scramble back 27, scramble forward 61. Chink. You hear the bolt unlock, the door sort of swing open just a tad. You can grab onto the handle. It is heavy because it is fire safe. It's probably like 4 inches of pig iron there. And give that a pull. And as you pull it open, the floor crumbles and collapses beneath you. And you and this safe go tumbling down into darkness. Outside of the bubble, we'll drop out of initiative real briefly because it seems you've made some sort of deal with the gatekeeper, and we'll see what that leads to and what that means. The gatekeeper sort of slops its way past you, Chad, giving you a sort of... It's a look that your father has given you quite quickly. A look of, let me show you how a real man does things. Slimes his way over to the dome and throws a few more tendrils in, though he does also send a few more tendrils out and grabs another another 3 of those golden statues. And you know what? Because this is mainly a deal between Chad and his own monster, I think is just gonna take a quick slap at Laura on the way over as well. So Laura, roll me what is it? Clumsiness check.
I would love to
dodge.
664, my dear GM.
All right. Which is what, 3 successes?
Yeah.
Yeah. That beats his. It was sort of
Yay.
half-hearted to begin with. But there's a quick sort of... He doesn't even glance at you. It's more just like swatting at a fly as you go past, and you manage to jump backwards. And more of these tendrils sort of flow into this narrow gap, and you can hear the sizzle, and you can smell the... It's not ozone, really, but you can smell that acid burn sort of smell. As you can see, the hole begin to widen just a bit. But this is going to take some time if you two would like to converse or otherwise do something.
So I think as this is happening, as it moves past him and there's that look for a moment, Chad sort of looks away. And then Chad is going to go looking around for something while Dodad does his work. Chad is just looking for another pipe or lever or piece of rebar, something straight, not particularly too heavy to lug around considering he's, hurt, but heavy enough to be useful in situations where it might come in handy.
Easily enough done. In fact, I will say, because we hit the mayhem meter, I might stretch the payout of this over the episode, but I'll give you the good half of this now. As the gatekeeper moves aside, its tendrils sort of slapping at things, dragging at other things, it moves a section of debris out of the way, and you can see that collapsed underneath of it is... well, first you see a suit of protective gear You can see that heavy, forget exactly what it's made of, but that fire retardant, like full body suit. This is, late 1960s, early 1970s gear, so it's bulky. It's has this thick sort of plastic visor on it that's probably difficult to see out of. There's probably a dead body in there, probably. So you can see this person collapsed there in what looks like a fire protection suit. And not far away from him, sort of sticking out of the debris, is one of those big ladles that you use to scoop up pieces of steel and pour it out to check for consistencies or pour it into smaller molds and that sort of thing.
Yeah. And I think there's a moment where Chad's just like, yeah, that'll do it. And he's gonna he's gonna like kick a couple things out of the way. He's gonna pick it up, and then he's gonna give it a couple, like, just test swings.
It's heavy, but you're a big guy. There's a little bit of a rusty, squeaky swivel to the scoop as you swing it back and forth. But if you smack somebody over the head with this, they're not standing up again.
Oh.
Probably.
And then slowly Chad kind of turns and looks over to see how much the work has been done, and then looks over at Laura. And I assume there's still a pretty good distance between them, right? And then starts walking towards Laura.
Do you bother trying to take the protective gear? You just want that scoop. All right.
I just want the scoop.
Are you gonna... Why would you do this to me?
What do you mean?
Okay, all right, I'll ask you again after you've done it.
Done nothing.
I'll ask you again in a couple minutes then.
Fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chad is walking towards Laura, and there is a very different look on Chad's face. There are bits of it that are recognizable. You've seen Chad determined before when Chad puts his mind to something and is set on it, and that's definitely here. But all of the friendliness and the energy and the lightheartedness just seems to be completely absent in this moment. His face almost looks kind of sullen, but there is still a little bit of a smile there, just kind of tugging at the corner of his lips.
Yeah. And I mean, Laura has for a long time gone mask off here. She is, like, furious, but also, calculating. Fully psychopath mode. So, okay. There's something else in there with him. I don't know what it is. No way he has that grip, though.
Okay. You coming?
Yeah?
Good. And then he turns and then he stops and he turns back and he's gonna push the ladle, like the end of the ladle, into Laura's chest. Very, very firmly, but not
Yeah, you're not attacking.
aggressively, yeah. And go, not one word of this, yeah?
To him?
Yeah.
You got it.
Good. That's it.
All right.
That's it for Chad.
With that, there's a few
Chad just...
tense beats as you sort of dog each other down.
Yeah.
That sizzle.
The audience notices that, like Laura is not maintaining steady eye contact, and I think the camera can see that this is because she glances repeatedly down at his knee.
I don't think Chad's... After that exchange, Chad's attention is fully on the bubble. The way I envision it is if the camera shoots on us, there's the, like, smoke coming off of the steel as it's being melted, but it's off camera, and then there's Chad, and then Laura's beside him, and Chad is focused almost directly at the camera, and you can see Laura kind of like looking down at his knees.
All right.
She will occasionally glance at that knee, and she is clutching her trusty tire iron. Like, it's Laura. She's surviving, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Now I have to think about the goo man. I like
Yes.
if the goo man's opening the bubble, Laura doesn't need the Coke, and she's a little bit she's pissed off about that, to be honest.
Mhm.
But
My fucking shirt.
my shirt, my fucking arm.
Mhm.
Christ,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went through some shit to get this. You fuck.
I think after like a minute or two of silence, I think Chad will be like, "You good?"
Yeah. Been better, but I'm good. You?
I'm about to be.
Yeah. Are we
Alright.
gonna need to distract him? And she makes a motion toward the goo man once he gets in.
No, don't worry, bro. There'll be plenty distracted.
All right.
Okay. First off, it's been an hour, so let's hand everybody another card.
Give me a good card, please.
Why?
There we go.
Spades. Spades. Spades.
Let's see another long line of cards for JD. It's another diamond. There you go, buddy. At 11.
My haunt. Thank you. I
Your
love
last
it.
run.
Amazing.
Let's give Lion another card up here. That is a 5 of hearts.
That is also my haunt. Let's
Okay.
go.
There you
We've
go.
both gotten our haunts like every single time for the
Spades.
last 3 polls.
Yeah.
Spades for Laura. Spades for fuck hot card.
Love it. Love it.
Perfect.
Dishing out
People
3
always
honk
talk
cards.
about- Yeah, people always talk about how the dice tell the story, but now it's the cards telling the story, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
11 cards, like 4 of them haunts.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Rough.
So we just have a moment where all 3 characters, like Laura is like, I'd have to be careful, but I could take him out if I had to.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to be quick, but I could take him out if I had to. Yeah, she's fully saboteur is rolling in her brain at drawing this card, I think.
And slowly, the like smile that's fighting to be there seems to grow a little bit more on Chad's face, and he adjusts his
Alright.
grip a little bit on the ladle.
Yes. This is... I think everybody here has fallen into their darkest selves at this point. So, another minute or so passes. And I will say, I'm not sure Chad is really paying too much attention to it or puts it together. But Laura, you can see that as the gatekeeper is putting more and more effort into pulling this dome open, and you can see it's already stretched quite thin from engulfing quite a number of objects around itself. The main form of this creature, which started out as a sort of almost, again, Ursula from Little Mermaid-esque, more rotund older man, has sort of deflated to being almost spindly looking. It looks like it is quite stretched thin at this point. But the hole is widening and is beginning to be pulled apart, be melted apart. And I think the gatekeeper is going to, unless anybody does something immediately, it looks like it's probably about open enough for you to get through.
I think I'm gonna grab some of that protective equipment. I'm not gonna get in a whole frickin' suit, because partially that would slow Laura down, and that's like the one thing she can't abide. But I think she's gonna grab like a big pair of gloves.
Okay. Alright, you can have those gloves. You head over and do that, and with that, the gluttonous gatekeeper sort of wrenches the final section of this away and pulls back most of the goo tentacles that it was using, reforming it back into itself and getting a little bit more of its form back. And it just looks over to Chad. In this entire situation, aside from sort of swatting at Laura, the bulk of this creature has been entirely focused on Chad. Looks back over to Chad. Your failure and humiliation awaits. You can at least amuse me.
Yeah, I could do that, bro. Alright, let's go, bro.
Alright, you clamber inside, giving GoDaddy the stink eye.
Don't say goo daddy!
Please never say those words again, my god.
Forbidden!
I love it. I'm
All
all
right.
here for this.
You're wonderful. You're very precious to me. Do not ever utter the phrase goo daddy again, please.
I don't know,
Gotcha.
I'm all in on GoDaddy now.
Absolutely not, Lion. No.
What is wrong with you, Lion? No.
That's fine. I'm sure this is the last we'll see of him anyway.
GoDaddy?
Laura, you pull on your thick leather fire retardant gloves and stomp your way over.
Yeah.
What
It
are
also means things are less likely to come in contact with my horrible fucking burn.
That's true. Yeah. And you throw yourself into the bubble.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah.
Just wanted to check if there was anything, any last remarks or assaults you would like to make.
No.
But
I think Laura like casts a look at Chad, takes another one of those like calculating what is happening here moments,
mm-hmm.
chokes up on the tire iron, and walks in. You won't find out from me.
Out of curiosity, what color are Chad's eyes?
I believe Chad has brown eyes,
Okay.
if I'm remembering correctly.
Laura, go ahead and make me a carelessness check.
Yeah.
Brown or green?
Oh, I made it! Yay! Because I don't have a good carelessness.
All right.
I did it. 4 for 6. What do I have? What do
Nice. You can
Where's
see
Laura
actually just before Chad steps into the bubble, you can see that his brown eyes are almost a bit more hazily green. There seems to be a green sheen or speckling to them that you didn't notice previously. With that, the two of you step past the gluttonous gatekeeper into the darkness of the steel bubble, and you can see, as I described to JD before. But you do notice almost immediately as you step through, the opening of the bubble is consumed by this grayish-greenish goop, which allows even less light to flow through. But it seems the gatekeeper, having let you in, has made himself a door behind you. With that, the very dim light inside here, you can see debris. And we'll leave it at that for now. Because down in the depths of the Malice Locus, we will focus on Roman, who lies prone on dirt and rock. We can see it is dark down here. It looks like he's fallen into some sort of cavernous space, relatively small at this point. And Roman, to you, you feel that sensation of falling. And you can just about feel yourself. You feel falling, you feel yourself scream out, though you don't hear anything. You are aware of the safe falling with you, other pieces of debris raining down with you as well. You feel the fall, you feel yourself scream. But then it's like when you wake up from a dream that you were falling in, and you startle. You find yourself prone, laying on loose dirt and rock, and you startle yourself up, probably nick an elbow on one of the nearby walls. And right beside you, dangerously close given the weight of this safe, is the safe. Its door swung open.
And Roman takes a moment or two just to catch his breath, kind of look around, and then reaches straight into the safe.
Okay. Yes, fortunately, it doesn't seem that you are all that injured. Not any more injured than you previously were. It's dark in here, but there is a little bit of sort of flickering orangish reddish light from somewhere down a small rocky corridor. And you can feel a slight breeze, perhaps, but there is a rumbling coming from deeper down, sort of. Not sure how much of the noise gate actually let me do there. But you can reach forward and pull out, throw your hands into the depth of this safe. It probably does go back about a foot, probably about a foot wide, maybe a foot and a half tall. It's not huge, but it does hold quite a few things in there, and you can start pulling things out. The first thing you notice is a revolver. Specifically, this is a Smith & Wesson Model 19 revolver. 4-inch barrel, 6-shot revolver. You can pull it out. You're almost a little surprised and confused at it, but you pull it out. You have this revolver. You can see there's a little box of ammunition next to it. I think that's a .375, but I'm not a gun person. I'm just trying to remember off the Wikipedia article. You pull that out, and it immediately does look familiar to you, actually. It looks very much like a weapon that your grandfather has positioned, polished on the mantle of his fireplace. Or had. I think we determined that your grandfather is no longer with us. But you remember that as a kid, looking up and seeing a rather nicely polished, nicely cared for, though at one time used. You can remember seeing little scrape marks and dings and whatnot. But you remember seeing a pistol very much like this. So you have that. And you pull out a big stack of papers, some of which have a little bit of burn, because fire safes never get all the fire. A little bit of burn. They're a mess. You pull them out and kind of smack them all together in a nice, neat pile and start moving through them. And you see there's a copy of the Jolston Steel Deed, tax papers, and other important legal documents signed by owner Willard Hargreaves, which is your grandfather. There is a number of pieces of correspondence that you quickly have to rifle through. They are mostly handwritten, in fact, so you have to decipher older, sloppy handwriting. One of it is very familiar, though. You remember getting cards and seeing other instances of your grandfather's handwriting. Correspondence between Mr. Henry, and Mr. Hargreaves. Presumably Jameson Henry and Willard Hargreaves. You take a little bit of time to quickly skim through this. Speaking about the fall of the U.S. steel industry and the growing trouble and expense of the Steelworkers Union, culminating in Mr. Henry's protests of vaguely mentioned, alluded to plans to, in some way, sabotage the steel for insurance payout and government bailout. You can see inspection reports of the blast furnace and other key pieces of this facility, listing equipment that are in dire need of servicing, and hefty price tags associated with it. And then you can see service records for the repair and replacement of that equipment, typewritten, just like the inspection reports. I want you to make me either a carelessness or ignorance check as you're looking through these papers. And if you have any questions or other lines of investigation before you give me the result, do let me know, as it might modify.
What level check? Medium?
If you have no other insights or avenues you'd like to go through, I am going to make it medium, but you might be able to affect this.
I'm gonna go with ignorance, and my middle die was a 4.
Okay. Which is a success, I believe. Yes. All right. So, in the dim light around here, you take out these papers, you read through the handwritten ones, and you check the inspection reports, which are in typeface, type font. Very official looking. You can see different stamps of the old Hargreaves logo of the company, stamps for Jolston Steel, stamps for the various repair places, and it's all typewritten out. However, you look at these two sets of series of documents, and you can see that there is a slight discrepancy in the font of the service records. Difficult to pick up, but you can see the F slightly a little bit more tilted. A few of the other letters are, slightly different font. The spacing is just vaguely off. These service records were probably forged.
Okay. I think the first thing that Roman is going to do, he's been looking through the papers very carefully, and his brow is furrowed. And he pauses, and it's clear he's trying as best he can to think through a couple of different decisions he's trying to make. And he puts the papers down, and he starts to load the revolver.
Okay. Does any of the contents of this safe and its implications really weigh on you? Would it make sense for you to make a stress test of some kind?
Honestly, in this moment, with 11 cards in his hand and completely drugged up, the only thing that Roman is actually thinking is, do I need to destroy the evidence?
Yeah. I think...
So I don't think he's feeling stressed. I think he's very much like, do I light these papers on fire?
I think you've caught an on. I think you and Roman have caught an on. It seems like that these papers were forged in order to supplicate, push aside the protestations of Mr. Jameson Henry. And that what you were thinking, however far above you were, that this was not your family's fault, that this was Henry's fault, it's very much not the case. That your grandfather, seeing that Mr. Henry was not capable of doing what needed to be done, told him everything was fine, and then went ahead with his plan anyway, leaving him right there at the epicenter. You load your revolver, you consider these documents, and you do consider this is what was trying to be recovered, probably so that it doesn't see the light of day. You slide in that last bullet into the chamber, slap it shut, a little bit of a spin. You turn back around to regard the safe, and you see standing there behind it. The first thing, you notice the silhouette, because it is quite dim in here. But it looks You almost think it's a giant spider of some kind, causing you to stumble back on your back foot before you look up and see that on top of this spider-like form there is a body. It takes a second for you to reposition, focus your eyes to the dimness. But you see, standing in front of you, standing quite tall, looking down at you, just in front of the safe, starting at the top, 3 beautiful female faces, each different, but familiar. Hints of Jennifer, hints of Chad's sister, hints of others that you've had dalliances with. Adorned 3 faces on a single head. One looking off that way, one looking off that way, one looking forward. Adorned at the top of this singular head is long platinum blonde hair done up in 2 swooping thick braids that sort of meets back at the rear of her head and dangles down into what looks like a series of cat o' nine tails bladed whips that are just currently draped against the back and over the shoulder of this creature. She has 2 arms sticking out of a single torso that are each toned but lithe, tanned but glistening. In her right hand, she holds a rather gnarly looking spiked riding crop. And in the left, she holds a still dripping, beating heart. Below the neck, sort of vaguely obscured by smoke, is a torso with 3 breasts, 3 belly buttons, sitting on top of not normal legs, but this horrific mass of elongated, spindly arms, a dozen of them set radially like a spider's. She walks on the sharp nailed tips of the fingers at the end of each of these arms. But looking up the wrist of each of these spider-like arm limbs, you can see this deep, jagged cut that runs all the way up to the elbow, and pouring from it is not blood but smoke, which wafts up and strategically covers parts of her body. First of all, stress test, because this is a monster. I'm going to make this a hard check, in fact, because this is your personal monster.
I failed.
Okay. You're going to hold off on any more willpower spends? You can keep going if you want.
I'll spend 1 more willpower.
All right.
That'll put me at 6.
All right. And hello, OKSDM.
I passed.
Thank you for tuning in. So you do pass. All right. So you don't get any more stressed out, but you do see a monster that resonates very deeply with yourself. And even though it has a nasty-looking weapon in one hand and a still beating heart in the other, on top of this monstrosity of a creature, you can see these 3 faces, the front one looking down at you, the 2 sort of vaguely looking off to the side at you. Looking down, they don't have they're not expressing hatred or malice. They look sympathetic. They look not motherly, but supportive, concerned. At least to the degree that you are familiar with, knowing that you are from a family and a society that probably weighs actual genuine care underneath the ability to see usefulness in one another. But this creature looks down at you. I can help you with that box. What's inside? Yourself, your future, this place. I can help you leave here. But no one else who knows of this can. And together, we'll see you at the top of the Arcadia tree, where you belong. And as you consider that, Lion disappeared, so consider that. Oh, you're back? All right.
Yeah, I'm back.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
With that, I will let you consider what your personal monster is saying to you. As we zoom, the camera zooms back up the darkness that just sort of continues up above you. Zooms back up the darkness through the hole in the floor and focuses once more on Laura and Chad inside this dome.
I think as it returns, the first thing that it would see, if I may, or hear rather, would be Chad's voice going, "So he just fucking left us." I think you're muted.
I know I'm muted.
Hey.
But, yeah. I don't know how he opened the thing. I just saw him walk in.
Yeah, of course he did.
Isn't that fucking just like him?
Yeah, it is. Fucking asshole. That's alright.
I thought you guys were like fucking married or something.
I thought we were friends.
Did you hear that too?
Did I hear that too, Jack?
Cat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You did.
Man, this place just fucks with you, man.
Yeah. We need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we do. You and me.
Yesterday. Yeah.
Because if he's gonna leave us to fucking rot.
He's the reason we're here.
That's true, he is the reason we're here.
Didn't you hear that shit about how he was called here? The
Yeah,
fuck
you
did you
said
and
that
I
shit
do?
too, right?
The
No,
fuck
we
did you
just
and
got-
I do to end up in this place?
We just got dragged along on his bullshit. That's what happened, bro. Just
Fucking-
trying to... Yeah.
But isn't that fucking just like him? Our shit is our shit, and his shit is our shit.
We did everything for him.
Yeah. And he whined 12 times for you to get your feet off the dash of his car.
Yeah, it's fucking rude is what that was. Fuck that.
That was a fucking power play, Chad. You see it all the time in showbiz. Some people just make everything a fucking power play.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find him. We're gonna figure out what he knows. And then we're gonna help him get back out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're gonna feed him to that giant fucking octopus motherfucker.
Let's make a power play of our own.
Yeah. Yeah.
Laura's such a good influence on this boy.
Well, your virtue is motivation, though it is vague as to whether it is positive or negative motivation.
No, Laura does the thing. Laura does the thing, and she's capable of convincing other people to do the thing as well.
Uh-huh. Yep, exactly. Exactly.
Am I taking actions in accordance with my virtue? Do I get to do something?
I don't think you're
not a
using this
significant
virtue in a
action.
virtuous way. So I'm gonna say no.
No.
But that
No.
is a good point, because I did want to take another look at these card draw and discard options. Now, it's been a bit since we've been all buddy-buddy and working to help each other, so there's been fewer and fewer opportunities to discard cards by actively working either against your vice or towards yours or another virtue.
I think the only, because this is not a significant, well, no, actually, I changed my mind. Jack, I changed my mind. This is a significant action.
What you got?
This is Laura in this moment being like, Chad's in a place. I'm putting Chad in my corner. This is the moment where I can take a move and try to actually turn him against his beloved. I'm going to.
That's not a virtuous action. Though.
Yeah, again,
No,
that's
it's
not a
not, but-
virtuous action.
No, but it's motivation. This is Laura seeing this is the moment to act, this is the time to act, and I'm doing it.
Sure. Sure.
Like, this is the moment I have seen daylight between Roman and Chad for the first time since we got in the car.
Mm-hmm.
I'm acting immediately, and I'm acting without hesitation.
Right. Right.
It's a pitch. I'm like, like, I would pitch that this is actually an action, like.
So I believe the way I interpret the game
Yeah.
is that acting in accordance of your virtue is a way of showing positive character growth and a good degree of
Okay.
selflessness
Oh,
in order
I'm
to
not doing that.
benefit the entire group and to grow as a person. So I don't think this is going to discard you a card just because you are
Grow as a
motivational.
what?
Hmm?
Benefit other whats?
Right.
Grow
Right.
as a who?
Right.
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
I will keep my cards, Jack. Thank you.
Right.
I don't need to give them back to you. They're mine.
So this even though you are motivating somebody, you are motivating in a very selfish, I'm getting something out of this sort of way. It's
Yeah.
not really a
When I took
bolstering.
motivation I didn't take motivation as like the verb form. I took it as the like determination. Like, she is motivated.
right.
Her virtue is that Laura is motivated.
Right.
More than like she motivates others as a verb action. It's more Laura is willing to take direct action. Laura is like Laura jumps right in
Sure. Sure.
without hesitating. But yeah, I no, this is not a virtuous act
Yeah.
at all.
But
This is
mechanically, yeah, virtues should be used
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
virtuously. Yeah.
oh yeah, no, this is not this.
Love
Yeah,
the
no,
character
absolutely
prompt
not.
side of it, though. I love it.
Yeah, this is absolutely not that. This is just like, no, the time has come. The time has come.
Mhm.
Okay, Roman.
But the weight of the world, the weight of situations, we're not yet at another hour. Though we're getting close, I think. Do I think this is significant enough to give you 2 cards?
I like how Lion is nodding.
Lion saying yes.
It's significant to Chad.
Yeah.
I will say that based on everything going on, I think it makes sense. But also, I owe you me being a bit more of a chaos gremlin. So
Yeah, I think Chad definitely gets a card.
yeah, oh yeah, for
What
sure.
did I do? I'm the Laura getting dragged into your nonsense. I can't. What did I do to deserve that?
You sat down at the table with us.
Yep.
The fuck? Alright.
Interestingly enough, though, that card is a spade. That is your virtue card.
Yay!
That is? No, my virtue's clubs. Oh, it's a club.
It is a
It's
clubs.
It's
Yeah,
a club.
I forgot
Yep,
how words work.
Yep. All good.
Though pictographically, it is your virtue card.
Wonderful.
So we can discard that and give you another 3 willpower.
Up to 12.
So in that sense, yes, you are perhaps increasingly motivated by Laura.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense in Chad's mind. This is a moment where he's still holding true to his, his virtue. Mm-hmm. He didn't have to take Laura with him.
Yeah.
He didn't have to do that. Could have left Laura to deal with the goo monster, who clearly was at least somewhat still interested in taking her out.
Mm-hmm.
But she probably hasn't done anything to cross him, hasn't done anything to hurt him. Probably is fine. Probably.
Yeah.
I don't think I have yet.
Probably.
Not you, Laura, actually being played by Kat. But there have been a lot of other
real life
instances throughout this story where Chad and others have perceived pieces of Laura putting you in dangerous, precarious situations.
I'm so excited
But I'll
to
leave
have
that to you.
pieces of me everywhere.
Yes, apparently. Okay. So, with the weight of all of this bearing down on you, this conversation, hyping each other up, forming a sort of pact, knowing that that Roman has mostly abandoned you for his own concerns, at least in your own eyes. You can look about this small space. There's not much to do behind you unless you want to fight through a goo barrier, an acid barrier. But inside, you see, as described before, a whole bunch of debris, the remains of a desk, filing cabinets, and you can see, now that your eyes begin to focus after this conversation, there is a hole in the ground, a hole in this concrete that is the ground, which is strange, because concrete doesn't really make holes like that. And you can see, actually, that it looks almost like a two-dimensional hole that just goes down into darkness. You don't see the thickness of the concrete underneath. You don't see spider-line cracks and rubble pouring in. You just see where reality just seems to not anymore.
Is there any is there any bits of concrete or rubble on the floor at all?
Oh yeah, tons of debris. Yeah.
Chad's gonna kick something into the hole and just listen.
Yeah, you kick something into the hole. It immediately disappears into darkness. I mean, you can see it drop down maybe a few feet before it is just enveloped in darkness.
I'm listening for it. If I can hear it hit the bottom.
You wait. You listen. You don't hear anything.
Mm.
Mm. I think both of us are just like fully wheels turning right now.
You do hear, though, again that rumble, and there is a slight breeze.
Chad's gonna look over at Laura and just kind of like put a hand on Laura's shoulder and go, thoughts?
He's got to be down there, right?
I'd imagine so. Yeah, he's gotta be.
When I
No
reached
clue.
in to grab him, something else pulled my hand off. There's something else that wants him in here. Maybe something helped him get down or something.
Fuck. Whatever it is, it's gotta be real deep. I saw that shit in a movie once.
Yeah. Yeah.
No sound means deep. I know that shit, bro.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We'd have heard it. Okay, I'm gonna go look at the hole. I'm gonna go look in the hole. What does the side of hole look like?
Okay. You take a step forward to go investigate the hole, and you get a clear view of the side of the hole as it expands and you fall into the ground.
Bye. No. I am going to desperately try to catch myself. Laura's a good climber.
Okay. Make me Do I want to make this how fast you can react to just grab the ledge? Grabbing the ledge isn't difficult when you are falling. Grabbing is easy. Maintaining the strength to be able to hold on and pull yourself up is the difficulty part. That's a frailty check.
Mm-hmm.
A hard difficulty frailty check because there's not much to hold on to. Again, it just looks like a two-dimensional failure of reality. There's not a lift. There's nothing to grab onto. It is a sheet of paper.
I got 2 4s and a 6. I'm so mad. That's an excellent roll, and I still fail.
Yep.
I think Laura does catch herself, and you see, like, there's no, like, last words or anything. Like, she's just looking around, calculating for something else, and then falls.
Okay. Chad, do you make any move to reach out and help her?
Yeah, I think Chad's gonna reach out for her.
Okay. You rush forward, sort of throw your arm downward, and as your nearest foot falls towards the lip of this now opening hole, it too crumbles beneath you, and you tumble down shortly after, Laura.
Yep.
And you are both engulfed in darkness.
And there's a loud fuck!
There's 2 loud fuck.
Double
there's
fuck.
2 loud fuck.
Yeah.
Now it seems Roman is deep in contemplation as the camera moves back down around. We do need to resolve what Roman is up to before we introduce Laura and Chad to the situation. So I think the camera is going to stay up in the steel bubble, and as you two fall down below, the acidic goo blocking the hole of this steel bubble moves inward, slurps itself into the steel bubble, and you can see it start to form together into the form of the gluttonous gatekeeper, who just sort of elongates its neck to peer over from a distance down in the hole, and there is just this judgmental snicker to his face. Sort of knowing, a sort of plotting, a sort of, you don't know what you've just done.
We don't.
And the camera is going to zoom down almost Alice in Wonderland style as we see Laura and Chad sort of flailing and falling just through darkness. There's no other sense of movement aside from the camera being pulled down out of perspective. But there's no rushing of walls nearby to see any movement. There's no light diminishing from the top or light coming in from the bottom. It just looks like they are still flailing in the air. The camera pulling down. Pulls down to Roman, this monster, the safe, begins to pull past them and down the hallway. As the light intensifies, the heat intensifies. Not that you can see that. And the sound of that rumbling intensifies in waves. And the camera pushes back, and we see Roman finishing contemplation, standing in front of a monster.
Roman's expression begins almost as incredulousness, and the first thing he says is, "I should have known that you would appear like this. You always were spinning webs, creating all of those stories and false narratives and machinations. This is just like you." But then he notices the expressions, and a familiar expression to one that he would wear when he was with these different women appears on his face, and he says, "But we were so good together. You always knew exactly what I needed. And I think we can be good together here. Of course, I'll accept your help. That's what you're here for, right?"
Yes. We are one and the same, you and I. Roman Hargreaves. There is greatness within you. And I will help you realize it. But no one else here can know, can leave. And together, you will have all that you desired, all that you desire, as your family has known for generations. Your rightful place at the top of your own Hargreaves dynasty.
And Roman smiles and says, "Of course. That all makes sense. No one can know. And so no one will know."
The heart that was in her left hand, I believe. She takes that, and one of the braids of her hair that comes down into that sort of knife tip whip punctures into the heart and holds it there as the arm comes and rests a large hand, but proportionally lithe and feminine on your shoulder as she turns you around, and you two look down this cavernous hallway and begin to take a step forward as that rumble increases. I smell familiar blood. Come, son of my father. See what your legacy has brought you.
And Roman straightens his shoulders and says, "You don't frighten me. I am meant to be here, and I will do what I came here for."
All right. The two of you, Roman and the monstrous, gnarly spider lady, make your way down. You can see, I should say, the camera sees this silhouette, and eventually this monster silhouette sort of moves directly behind you. There's a little bit of perspective distortion as it almost looks like Roman is overlaid, transposed on top of this monstrous figure, so it looks like Roman sort of splits at the bottom and grows more of these spindly, claw-like legs. You can see the two arms on top of Roman's own sort of not slack, but determinedly walking, swaying at its side. You also see those longer, lither, muscular arms, one with a riding crop, which does seem to sort of transform more into a sword-like weapon. And there's a flash of deep reddish orange as you turn the corner around the curve of this hallway. And Roman, you can feel it does get incredibly hot down here. But it doesn't seem to bother you all that much. Not physically, at least. Bolstered, presumably, by this deal you've struck with your own... one of your many internal personas. We see these two figures, again, silhouette transposed on top of each other, step out into a cavernous space. Glow of fire and molten metal in pools on the ground around these figures further into the chamber. And we can see, again, in silhouette, in the dimness, what looks like a mound of some sort, maybe debris, maybe just a section of the rock wall down here, but it stirs. And there is a gleam of metal that catches the flickering of the firelight and the molten metal down here. And we see one metallic wing, another metallic wing shoot out on either side of the silhouette of Roman and his monster as the camera quickly pulls back down the hallway and once more spins, and we see Laura and Chad lying on the ground to wake in a start, just as Roman had before, you two feeling that dreamlike sensation of falling, screaming, falling. Wham, you're awake. You can see, lying next to you, each other, no more injured than you were before, but there's a safe now, an old 1960s or so fire safe, open. Roman, would you have kept the papers on you? I would have thought so.
Roman
you have them
took the
stuffed
papers,
somewhere.
Yep, and he took the revolver.
All right. You don't see much there. You see a few scraps of paper, just from the wear of the paper over time, and him quickly shuffling them together and stuffing them somewhere. Little scraps of papers, corners here, burnt corners there, and you see a mostly empty little cardboard box of ammunition.
Found the safe.
Yeah, he did. Weren't we supposed to find what could get us out of here in this thing? And Laura gives the safe a kick. I think she kicks the door and it like wings back and slams against the rest of the safe with a way too loud noise. Wasn't this supposed to be our key to get out of this fucking place?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Which means Roman's got whatever we need to get out of here.
And you
We
do
go find
see
Roman.
2 footprints leading down in the soft scattered dirt and loose rock of this chamber further down the corridor. But you do only see those 2 very human footsteps.
That was
Roman, you down here, bro?
You do not hear this, Roman. At least not in your own mentality and with all that is going around you at the moment.
I mean, I wouldn't have answered even if I had,
think
just
so.
for the record.
No, really?
Oh, what an absolute bitch.
Shocked.
I am so angry at this horrible, horrible boy.
All right.
He's
Gotta
here.
be down here somewhere.
You know it.
I will say, at this point, yeah.
Sandage?
Both of you can see the walls of this cavernous-like space seemed cracked to you. There's large jagged cracks down the rock face that we did not see before when the camera was focused on Roman's perspective. You two see these large cracks in the wall. There's a little bit of glow behind them. A light yellowish orange glow of heat behind them. It looks unstable to the two of you. Not imminently dangerous, but unstable. It is hot, very hot, down here. But when you think about it, you think it is hotter than it is. It's like when you're lying in bed on a summer night without air conditioning and you can't get to sleep. And even though it's only 80 degrees, it feels like you're laying in an oven. But
Let's go find him.
you can almost
Fucking hate this
separate
place.
fact from perception. Vaguely.
Oh, I fucking hate it here.
Yeah, me too.
Let's go.
Fuck this place.
And the two of you set off, a tire iron in one hand, molten steel scooper in the other.
I hate this boy so much.
And
Occasionally there's the Chad is calling for Roman.
all right. And I think this is where we are going to take our break.
There's one thing is like it is not lost on Laura the difference in Chad's voice between talking to Laura and calling for Roman.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a part of her that's like, "Oh, you're like me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh, we can work together. You're like me." Like genuinely in this moment, I think this is the first time Laura has been like, "Oh, I understand and appreciate Chad" in this moment. Like
That makes sense. Yeah.
okay. No, this I know how to work with. Okay. Like,
All right.
I think the camera does see her smile and nod. I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, okay, yeah.
As the two of you set off in search of a goal that Roman apparently has already realized, in search of Roman, who has apparently perhaps betrayed you, and whatever else lies down here in the heart of the Malice Locus. We're going to take a break right here. We're going to be away for about 10 minutes or so. We're going to come back. I'm going to give everybody yet another card because it's been another hour, and introduce them to the very heart, the very depths of the Malice Locus of Jolston. And we'll see what these people come up with, because I have successfully driven a wedge between all of them and yanked, and I cannot wait to see what they come up with. This could be a disaster, but it's going to be a spectacular disaster, I am sure. So we're going to head off for a quick break. Get up, do those human things you need to do. Get up, stretch, go breathe some real air, touch some grass, whatever you need to do to remind yourself that life is not as dark as these three are having to deal with right now. And make sure that you are back here in 10 minutes or so for the exciting, explosive, tumultuous conclusion of Iron, Coke, and Conscience. We'll be right back, folks. Enjoy the tunes. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to RPGs Uncovered for the second half of our finale for Iron Coke and Conscience, our demo play miniseries for Locus. Personal horror mystery TTRPG by Cobblepath Games. Let's dive right back into where we were because the tensions have hit a boiling point and then some. 2 out of our 3 characters have actively made deals with their own personal monsters to preserve themselves as they turn against each other, all while being trapped down in the deepest, darkest, most sinister level of the Malice Locus, the bad place itself, and the demon manifestation of negativity that is at the heart of this. I will also take this time before we get going to remind everybody that we do still have the Mayhem meter. It was very generously filled up, I believe, entirely by Kian. So thank you so much. That's $50 into the Mayhem meter. That's going to be distributed to all of these fine folks here. I'm very excited to be able to pay them something for their time and amazing work here with this season, and I've already handed out some nice boons for that. I tried to give them a fireproof suit, and they said, I'll just take the gloves, and then I gave them a big, heavy molten metal scoop that they can play around with. And more is going to be happening later. I have notes about the other half of that Mayhem meter tick, but I would love it if we could fill it up once again. The more the merrier, the more crazy stuff I can throw at them, and the more I can pay these fine folks. So if you feel like donating, if you want to help support them, go check that out. And if you want to help support the show, we'll talk about more of that later, but there's always places you can go hang out, Ko-Fi, and all that. Anyway, we are down in the rocky depths of the Malice Locus, some cavernous space underneath Jolston Steel. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it is where you are. And at least to Laura and Chad, the place seems off, cracked, unstable. Almost like Aren't we all? Yeah, at this point, really. But almost like there's a nagging sense in the back of both of your heads that this... Well, one isn't right, but you know that already, but isn't right. Isn't real? But Roman has made a deal with his own personal monster, the Broken Heart Army.
Chad, actually.
And Chad has as well. But Roman...
I just gotta say, boys.
Yes.
Boys.
Yep. But Roman has made a pact with his own inner demons, the Broken Heart Army, to have this very imposing creature support the rather frail form of Roman as he moves forward to claim his destiny, apparently. And the other two, Laura and Chad, having made deals of themselves and Chad with his own personal monster, the Gluttonous Gatekeeper, to follow after Roman, who apparently has seized their means of escape without them. Roman, I'm going to start with you because you have a little bit of a lead at this point. You walk out, broken heart behind you. Step into this chamber, and you can see as the camera zooms past your shoulder and takes position looking down over this entire scene. In front of you, it looks vaguely again like there was another steel bubble down here, and you almost let out a sigh of disappointment and confusion. But then that steel bubble stirs. The debris shifts, the jagged pieces of metal sticking out of it move. And 2 dragon-like wings made of metal unfurl from the back of this creature. This long neck and snout of a draconic nature unfurls, and standing in front of you, pools of molten metal beside it, fires occasionally shooting out from cracks in the ceiling and walls and floors, stalagmites or stalactites shooting down from the ceiling, bits of rock and debris falling around you. You see the Crucible Dragon standing in front of you. And you've heard it speak, and though it was gravelly and deep and monstrous, there was a tonality to it that was very familiar to you. There was never a lot of affection in your grandfather's voice. But there was pride. There was determination. There was excitement, even telling stories of back in his prime, speaking with your father about the state of the company, grooming you in various social etiquette and business dealings, whether you were all that interested in them as a child or not. But a very stern, determined, prideful voice that did seem to lack and almost mock empathy. And you get a lot of that same sensation when this creature, this monster, speaks. This being the manifestation of the Malus Locus itself. I see my kin has returned. Tell me, boy, son of my own father, why are you here? To right this wrong? Or to make it your own?
I think that would depend on how we define right this wrong. I am here to preserve my family's legacy.
I am your legacy. This is your legacy.
And Roman surveys the dragon. He surveys the room. And then he takes the papers out from where he stowed them in the windbreaker. And if it's possible, he is going to aim to light them on fire. Okay.
You can actually see not far from you is one of these pools of molten metal. You can, keeping your eyes on the dragon, make your way over there. And that is when the camera turns just slightly and we see Laura and Chad step into the room. You two can see, standing in front of you, you caught vaguely the grumbling of some creature down here, but couldn't quite make out the voice, though it did sound conversational. But you see Roman, the stack of papers, maybe even make out the barrel of a handgun behind them in his hand, as he walks over, considers them, and, makes motion towards molten steel. I see. You've brought more coal for the coke works. Or are these two mere slag yet?
What are the expressions on Chad and Laura's faces as
None.
they step in?
That is actually a good point. Because it reminds me, we need to play with some more cards again. Because one, it's another hour, and two, we're all seeing a new monster. the Crucible
Hell
Dragon.
Yeah, let's go.
So you're
Yeah.
going to have 2 cards to play with.
Oh, cards. No, don't give me 2. That's too many.
Roman, that is a
I want them
10
both to be
of spades.
please. What? No, mine.
Okay.
Nope. That is a neutral card.
Yep.
For our next hourly card on Lion. On Chad, that is a heart. That is a 10 of hearts, which is your haunt
That's
card.
my card.
Once more.
Yeah.
All right, so you are falling deeper into your negativity and the weight of the world around you. And Laura, that is a 9 of diamonds.
Girl's best friend. Neutral card.
Neutral card. And because we are seeing... Oh, man. In fact, Laura and Chad are seeing 2 monsters for the first time. Roman's Broken Heart Army and the Crucible Dragon. So, one more card for Roman, for the dragon. That is a King of Hearts.
That's my virtue.
That's your virtue.
Nice.
All right. We'll throw that back in the discard pile, and you get to bolster yourself with 3 more willpower, which I think is quite
Sweet.
appropriate from the Crucible Dragon. For Chad, we got Crucible Dragon. That is a 6 of spades.
That's a neutral card.
That's a neutral card. And for the Broken Heart Army, which you are now seeing, standing just behind Roman, again, arm on its shoulder, very creepy, monstrous form, and you can make out some similarities as I've pointed out before, but it does seem that they are in cahoots. Broken Heart Army. That is a Jack of Hearts for Chad here.
Also my haunt.
Also your haunt again. Yeah, this disturbs you. Not only has Roman turned his back on you, but perhaps is now very much acting against you.
Yep.
And hey, it looks like we are out of cards. That is a 4 of hearts for Laura. That's nothing there. But let's... Now, if I click the reshuffle, I really hope it just takes the discard pile. You know what, I'm gonna... we're gonna see what happens. Shuffle the discard pile. Yes. Oh no, we lost Cat for a sec. There we go, that works. Well, when Cat does come back, hopefully we can reset the cameras. So Lion here isn't playing both Chad and Roman at the same time. That would sure be interesting.
Doing my best.
That is another 5 of diamonds for Laura, which is another neutral card. Let's right after break. Let me check Discord, see if there's anything up with her. Oh no.
I'm up to 12 cards.
Yes, we'll give Kat just a second to get back with us. Discord's being a little wobbly for her, so we'll give her a second. I don't have a backup display on here just yet. So hey, you can see my green screen in the background now because I can't split my camera 3 ways. Anyway, let's take this time actually with Kat being away. I know we can't see our 2 other cast members here, but let's get in your heads now that we have a second. Roman, you have what, 12 cards now?
I do.
How you looking, buddy? How's Roman doing? Give us a little insight.
I think Roman thinks he looks perfectly fine. I think he believes he's perfectly in control, composed. That is not how he looks. He looks dirty and disheveled, and his pupils are dilated, and he looks like barely even there.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, these drugs coursing through your system, especially now with all this stress, falling down a deep, dark pit into the recesses of the Malice Locus, seeing the shame, determination, past of your family and your grandfather's decisions, making your own decisions. You're a monster. All of this stress, coursing all of these drugs for your through your system. Upgrade that from major to grievous. And yeah, this would weigh on your actual physical, being, your endurance, your physical ability to continue being heavily drugged. I forget, did I give you damage for the major injury? I believe I did. So also upgrade that from 3 notches on death's door up to 9. So you will take 6 additional.
Okay.
Likewise, Lion,
Yes.
that drug cocktail that you were going to try to poison the gluttonous gatekeeper with is now coursing through your system. You now have a major injury of high AF. Drugged up.
Can I try and make an argument for minor injury here?
I will let you roll a treatment check, I think is what we're going to do here. Just to see how well you can fight that off, because it is definitely more drugs than you do on a normal occasion. A dangerous level of drugs. So I think this is going to be our version of a Constitution save. But basically an immediate self-treatment is what we're going to do. So go ahead and roll me. I think this is just going to be a frailty check. That is your physical durability.
That was what I was going to argue for as
Yeah,
well, yeah.
which you're pretty good at.
Yeah, which I think in this instance makes a lot of sense. You know, it's definitely more than he takes on average, but he's been pretty high and zonked out, for lack of a better term, before. And I don't think this is going to be the most difficult thing for him to deal with.
I am going to make this a hard difficulty, however.
Oh, I'm perfectly fine with that. We did it again.
You got trip 6s?
Trip 6s.
Boxcars.
Boy,
All right.
the boy.
Let's go.
Let's go. That is 3 willpower that you get back. And I believe that also allows you to discard a neutral card. Let me double check on that real quick. Yes, allows you to discard a non-haunt suit card from your hand.
Okay, I can make that happen. I'm going to get rid of this 6 of spades.
All right. 2, 4, 6, 8. So you are all the way up to 9 after all that, but not 10 because of this roll here. 3 willpower, you discard a card, and that, we're going to downgrade that to a minor injury. No penalty, but you do take 1 point on death's door. Now, depending on how long this goes on, it might tick up in intensity, which would have been grievous, but at that point would go to major. But that's going to take a little bit of time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I think as if like Roman turns to look at them, I think Chad has this immediate look of relief on his face. I know it's going to be very sharply contrasted because obviously Laura has no look on their face. Right? That's what you said.
Yeah.
But there is a look of relief, and then what looks to be kind of that warm smile that you recognize from Chad. He's like, "Bro, we thought you were like fucked up, man."
Oh, I am perfectly fine, Chad.
You sure you're looking pretty fucked up right now? And that fucking thing.
Which monster do you point at when you say that?
The Broken Hearts army brigade. I don't know why I want to go to brigade.
The Broken Heart Army.
The Broken
Sgt.
Heart army.
Pepper's Lonely Broken
That's
Heart.
why. Yeah, that's why I keep wanting to go back to it. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Roman reaches up and puts his hand on the hand that is on his shoulder.
The 3 beautiful faces look down on you with a smiling camaraderie.
Hey, here's a question. Does Chad see all the faces?
Yes.
I believe Jack did say that, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
I hate my Discord exploded.
Yes.
Yeah, all good. All good.
I'm doing my best here.
So
Hell
so
yeah.
as the main face turns to look down at Roman, you can see the other face now much more clearly, and it does resemble your sister's face. Not exactly, but resembles it.
But the similarities are there. Yeah, and I think there was a moment of like recognition
Almost
from
like
Chad.
the idealized memory that you might have looking back at a relationship and thinking that they were, more attractive or more, emphasizing different features more than they actually did.
It's the Snapchat filter.
Yeah.
Snapchat filter of our memories.
Big Disney
Yeah,
princess
yeah.
eyes.
Yep.
Roman's other hand is still holding the papers over the molten metal.
So what happened, bro?
You don't need to worry about that, Chad.
I mean, of course I gotta worry about that. You're my bro, Roman.
I know.
And Chad's gonna like start taking steps towards, just very casually, start walking towards Roman.
Roman's going to let go of the papers at that point.
Okay.
Chad just keeps moving towards Roman.
Chad, do you do so slowly with intent to Roman, or do you try to quicken the pace and try to get to those papers before they fall down on molten metal?
No,
Not
slowly with
concerned.
intent towards Roman.
All right.
Not concerned.
Anything from Laura?
Oh no, Laura is watching.
Okay.
Laura is fully a circling I don't want to say circling predator.
Mhm.
Stationary predator.
Right.
You ever see a rabbit just chilling on your lawn?
Yeah. All right.
But you know it's watching you
Mm-hmm.
because it needs to know the second you demonstrate any kind of intent. That is Laura
Yes.
in this moment.
The fearsome yard bunny, the most apex of predators.
Yeah, it's not a frightened expression, but it is a very alert
Yeah.
one. Like she needs to know the second this breaks bad.
You can.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail was in fact
Yeah.
a documentary meant to warn people about
Yes.
the apex predator that is the common lawn bunny. Yeah.
Yes.
I saw Bunny recently and I love them.
But
I love bunnies.
you can also see in the back of this chamber, which is spacious but not massive by any degree. There's some distance between the lot of you. This large metallic-like dragon that has basically sat down on its haunches and is doing the very typical dragon surveying its horde sort of stance, as it is just watching this unfold. But Roman, you look forward, look at Chad and Laura, regard those papers, and toss them as they scatter and float down, landing on this molten metal. And as soon as they do, they quickly catch fire and are incinerated. Paper on, what is it, like 2,300 degree molten metal goes up and is gone instantly. For Chad and Laura, with all of this happening, these two monsters, you can see the connection and familiarity between Roman and one of them, and even with the other, while taking in the fearsomeness of that creature, being trapped down here in this space that doesn't make sense, the weight of this all bearing down on you. That sense of frailty begins to subside. The walls to you seem a lot sturdier now. Those cracks are no longer there. The floor is much more solid, and it is hot in here. Dangerously, suffocatingly hot in here. As you have now, all three of you have dropped down into the actual deepest layer.
Level?
Yeah, deepest level. Deepest reality of the Malice Locus. Properly.
So I think when Roman drops the papers, and it becomes more and more apparent as Chad is getting closer that, you know, Roman is in league with these monsters. Chad just kind of like laughs a little bit, and then is gonna motion up towards the multi-headed spider babe and go, "Yeah, so you're just working with the fucking spookies now, bro? That look at this bitch," and he points to the Lonely Heart Army, the Broken Heart Army, and goes, "Every single one of them. You think they give a shit about you, bro? Any of them? You think what?
All of them.
What? Until you were done with them, bro, and then they didn't give a shit about you. You know why? Do you?
Enlighten me, Chandler.
For the same reason you don't give a shit about them, bro. Because you got what you wanted. And so did they. They're never gonna have another fucking shot with anyone meaningful like you, bro. So of course, this shit shows up, walking around and sees an opportunity to keep your ass stuck here. And you're just gonna go with it? Come on, bro. You're the smartest one of us and it's not even close. And what? They're telling you what? They're gonna let you leave? Or worse, they're gonna have you stay here. You're gonna be the king of this shithole? You're so much better than that, bro. Suffering, walking around, sweating your ass off for what, man?
Hey,
For
Jack.
what?
Laura starts to circle. I think she has seen what is still in the hand after the papers are gone.
Mm-hmm.
For what? What is it that they're gonna do for you here in this molten sweatshop that's gonna be better than what you got waiting out there, bro?
And what is it that you're going to give to me, Chandler?
Me? It's not about me, bro. It was never about me, bro. I carry your bags. I got your back. I shut it down when anyone talks shit about you. It's always been about you, bro. What do I get? I get the opportunity to have your back. I get the opportunity to make sure you make it where you're trying to make it to. And this is what you want now? You want to be king of shit? Come on, bro. The monsters, they're all up in your head and they're fucking with you. They're laughing at you, bro. They're laughing at you. Because what do you think they're gonna give you? What do you think they're gonna do for you? Being stuck here. What do they got for you?
What are you so afraid of, Chandler? You're afraid that I've replaced you. That's what you're afraid of. That's what you've always been afraid of.
No, bro. See, that's the difference between you and me. You think everyone's replaceable. The reason you're scared of it too. But me, I know they're not. That's what separates us, Roman. What makes us different, if nothing else, is that I know people aren't replaceable. That's why when that bitch was going around, trying to ruin your reputation, trying to ruin your life, get you shunned, kicked out of school, sent home like a failure. I know she's not replaceable. So when she goes away, there's no one that replaces that. There's no more threat to you. There's no more pain out there waiting for you. I think everyone's replaceable. That's the mistake you make. No, bro. You know better. And if you don't, this is your opportunity to figure it out. Because otherwise, all hell the king of shit.
That was you, Chandler?
That was me? Of course it was me, Roman! I've been looking out for you since the day we met! Where do you think all these people have fucked off to? Why do you think they just stopped fucking with you? Why do you think they don't talk shit about you anymore? Did I mean for what happened to her to happen to her? No, but let's not pretend it wasn't a blessing in disguise. And let's not pretend for a second she didn't deserve that shit.
She didn't deserve that shit. I did not ask you to do that, Chandler.
I've told you before, you don't have to ask, bro. You never have to ask.
You've just been here playing Puppet Master with my entire life. And that stops right now, Chandler.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna shoot me? You gonna find out how much worse it is when I don't have your back? You're gonna find out what kind of nightmares you have to face when your own personal boogeyman fucks off? You can pretend all you want, but you know as well as I do, you fucking knew. You knew, and if you think for 1 second that your life is gonna get anything but harder without me around, you're a fucking liar, and I don't mean the way you already are. But you're lying to yourself. If you want to take that risk, do it. But in 2 weeks, a month, a year, when you're walking around going, why is everything turned to shit? Remember how easy it could have been avoided. What you want to do, bro?
So first of all, I'm going to put a trigger warning out there. Because I just checked our safety sheet. This seems like it is in the green. If it isn't, let me know. But for those watching, suicide and self-harm are about to become relevant. And so, in this moment, Roman, who has his back to his monster, raises the gun and points it to his temple and says, "You want to threaten me, Chandler? Go ahead and threaten me. But those papers are gone, and I'm the only one who knows what's on them. And that means both of you are stuck in here with me because you can't fix anything. So go ahead, keep threatening me, keep telling me how my life is going to get so much harder. But if you take one step towards me, we're all trapped down here together."
That immediately takes that step towards Roman. Just eye contact immediately takes that step. Like almost before Roman is done talking.
Don't waste yourself on these fools. On these tools.
We need to do something about them then.
And then another one.
Yes, we do.
And then, Chad is going to glance off in Laura's direction for a moment.
So, Laura, in order to circle, you will be moving yourself closer to the dragon.
Yeah.
Okay. But with how long this conversation has gone on...
I'm not moving within reach of the dragon. If I can help it. My goal is to get about 90 degrees. To be beside Roman, who is facing Chad.
Now, this is a big dragon. You're not entirely sure of its reach. It might be able to, like, swish a tail at you or something. You're pretty certain that you're not at, like, chomping
I'm not
distance.
walking up to pet the dragon.
Yeah.
I'm just...
But you have approached in order to move around. But with how long this conversation has gone, how, you know, mano a mano it's been, you have had plenty of opportunity to move and get sort of perpendicular to this line here.
Yeah, Chad just glances over at Laura for a moment.
And she is watching all of this and still trying to figure out her next move. She hasn't quite yet, but she knows that...
Now, the Broken Heart Army has one set of eyes looking down on Roman, another set of eyes staring at Chad, and another set of eyes staring at Laura.
Can I ask you something?
Of course.
Which ones are staring at Laura?
I don't think it's a face that you put much stock in. It vaguely looks like an idealized airbrush version of what you assume Roman finds most attractive. And you can see features of various different other women that you may have seen on campus or at parties or something, but it doesn't look like anyone who matters to you.
Because here's the thing, I knew a lot of these people.
Yeah.
Jennifer was my friend.
Mm-hmm. The Jennifer face is the one focused on Roman. And strangely enough, to the audience watching, while you've never seen any of these faces actually move, the Jennifer face was originally the front face. It is now one of the side faces looking down at Roman. And I don't think we ever got a name, the Chad sister face is the one staring down at Chad.
And when he looks over at Laura, after a moment, he nods and then looks back over to Roman. And it's not a subtle nod either.
I think in that case, Roman turns the gun on Chad and fires.
Okay. Let's drop into initiative.
Do it.
And see how reactions work. Alright, so there's going to be a lot going on here. We got about 45 minutes or so, up to an hour, before we have to start calling things. Yeah, I need all three of you to roll initiative. I will also include the Broken Heart Army and the Crucible Dragon. And we'll see if the dragon really makes much of a show. Oh, man. God, I love these dice.
Using the Shadowrun dice again, I see.
Uh-huh. So it's 3d6 minus your carelessness. For anyone following along, initiative is your normal 3d6, add them all together, subtract your carelessness dots. Or for monsters, that would be subtracting, I believe, your search, their search dots. Alright, what is that? Math is hard. And the dragon. Okay, Roman.
6.
Oh boy. Chad.
12.
And Laura.
8.
8. All right. Roman bringing up the rear. All right. So with a 13, rolling 6, 6, and 5 on the Broken Heart Army, the Broken Heart Army does have initiative first, and I think this is pretty much when Roman says we need to do something about them. Then and she goes, "Yes, we do," and we see Roman hold the gun up, finger slip into the trigger because proper trigger discipline, and begin to tense. Let me consult my my monster sheet here. The Broken Heart Army. All right. Yeah. It's going to take a few limping, skittering steps towards Chad very quickly. And as it moves, the smoke billowing out from the jagged wounds in her wrist, legs, wafts across the body, and we see from the camera looking at the backside of this creature for censorship related reasons. Chad gets a view of this creature, who, at least from the waist up, is a very attractive looking woman, who the bottom skitters forward quickly in that horror style, but the torso, the head, the arms sort of move in a very elegant, almost bodied dancer, belly dancer sort of fashion. And the eyes, the front-facing two set of eyes, as you blink, it's no longer something reminiscent of your sister's face, but a different, more vaguely idealized version of whatever features you would be attracted to, though that is interesting, knowing a bit more about Chad's preferences.
I imagine maybe if I can present something,
Yeah.
maybe they would stay in flux, trying to figure out what that would be.
But it is going to use its infliction to entrance you. And it moves forward in as seductive as a monstrous wrist-bleeding spider lady can. Eyes locked in your direction. And I need you to make me a medium difficulty repulsion check.
And I make an argument for this being easy.
I was thinking the same thing, and I was going to wait for you to ask for it, and I will give it to you because that's where I was already. Make it an easy check.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, cool. So with a repulsion of 2, luckily because it's an easy check, I do pass.
All right.
Real
wow.
Close.
I forgot. Chat is actually pretty decent with repulsion.
Oh, that is a
In fact,
3-2-2.
All of you are pretty decent with your social manipulative skills. So you do not fall under the entrancement of the Broken Heart Army.
I think as it is approaching Chad and is trying to find these features, there's just a moment where he takes his eyes off of Roman and looks up at the Broken Hearts Army and is kind of waiting for something, and then goes, "Damn. 2 halves, and I wouldn't fuck either of them."
Sword comes swinging down.
Yeah.
So I need you to make me, it's your usual physical dodge or push away roll.
I would like to make a frailty check and argue that I'm using the ladle to try and knock away, not to just like take the brunt of it, but using the ladle to just kind of like swing the heavy end to parry it away.
Yeah. All right.
That is
that
3
is
successes.
okay. 4 successes for Broken Heart. Yeah, generally, because there are more ways to get successes on attacks than there are to get successes on defense. Attacks usually have a better chance of succeeding. I will point out, however, going forward on your turn, you can declare to use your action as a defense action, which will give you +1 total successes on your contested check, which helps to offset the +1 that they get from natural weapons. But 4 against 3 is only a net of 1, which means you only take a minor injury, 1 point of damage. Okay. That was a good roll. All right. Where are we now? Chad, that brings you right to you.
So as the blade comes down and Chad manages to parry the majority of it, but it's still going to like leave a gash, I assume, across his arm. His eyes immediately dart back to Roman, who he sees putting his finger through the trigger guard, and is... So to clarify where we are, around Roman are these pools of molten, like, slag, right?
Roman has stepped up towards one of these pools of molten steel. Different from slag.
Yes.
But there are a number of these pools about the place. This is probably like a... maybe 40, 50 foot diameter cavern or so. So it's big, but it's not massive. And there is a quite large dragon on the other side. You've came in from the opening of that cavern and have since been slowly walking towards Roman. So you're probably... I don't think you are in movement and attack range of Roman. I think you will need to roll a specific movement check to see how close you can get.
Okay, yeah, because Chad's plan at this point is to try and charge Roman.
Charge, yeah. So, in Locus, there are a number of actions that you can take in conflict. If I can scroll down here, of course, you can normally attack. Any time on your turn, you do have about 3 meters, I believe it is, that you can travel just as narrative movement. But if you want to travel more than that, you can roll a specific movement check. Every success gives you 5 additional meters that you can move, or about the same amount of effort to do some other movement-related thing. Push, pull, knock something over, vault over something, stuff like that. Or you could hide, or you could defend. But you are not close enough to launch an immediate attack. So you are going to need to roll to close that distance, Chad. So that is the terminology is a little strange, but it makes sense. It is a contested check against no one. Basically, all that means is when you roll your 3d6, you're going to consult all of them towards your clumsiness value, and any over will determine the net successes that you need to purchase those movement abilities.
All right, that is 3, 5, 6. So that is 3 successes against my clumsiness.
Okay. Yeah, I will say spending 2 of those will get you right up to Roman. So if you wanted to give him a shove or knock him down, trip him, pull him somewhere, you do have an extra net success.
I think then, as Chad barrels towards Roman, the goal here is to reach out, grabbing the hand with the gun with one of his hands, and then with the arm with the messed up shoulder, reaching out towards Roman's face to just sort of like get him by the jaw almost.
Okay. So you basically want to try to effectively grapple him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Not that that is a mechanical terminology in Locus, but just to equate it to terms we're all familiar with. Yeah, you can run up and lay hands on Roman. That is going to put us at the dragon. Does the dragon want to get involved right now? The dragon is sitting there surveying this action with amusement on its face. There is a sort of low, almost chuckle-like rumble to it. And I think it's been watching Laura mostly because Laura has been the one to approach it. Not directly, but move in its direction. And I assume when initiative kicks off that once we get to Laura's turn, she's going to spring into action and do something. So it can see...
Probably.
Yeah. Because all of this, initiative overlapping, all kind of happening at one sort of thing, it can see the cogs turning, can see that there is the muscle tension of beginning to move. And I don't think the Crucible Dragon is going to necessarily attack, but that sort of chuckling, billowing is going to build up in its throat. It's going to launch out this cloud of soot at you. So, Laura, I need you to give me a frailty check, a hard difficulty frailty check, to avoid being blinded and choking.
Okay, well, I'm gonna fail it.
As a column of superheated soot is...
I have failed it.
All right. Now, you
I
could...
don't know what to tell you. It's a hard frailty check.
Yeah,
Like,
it's gonna be
it
difficult
would take
for you.
all my willpower to roll until I succeeded on it. I would need trip 6s to succeed on it.
That is true. Yeah. All
So,
right.
no, I fail it.
So it is not attacking. You don't take any damage, but you do get the conditions blinded and choking. So it's very difficult to breathe. You're coughing, and you got soot in your eyes. It's very difficult to see. And depending on what you do, I may apply penalties to that. Conditions are very sort of wibbly wobbly. But I believe that does bring us to you, Laura.
I'm trying to think about what matters to Laura in this moment. And it's probably the same thing that always matters to Laura.
Mm-hmm.
Surviving.
Yeah.
At literally any cost. On one hand, Roman's lost it and could very well be a threat to her. But on the other, Roman's point about being the only way to get us out of here holds water.
Hmm.
Am I gonna stop Chad right now? Am I gonna stop Chad right now? That's a horrible thing to be doing.
But so very Laura. What side are you on? The winning side.
Yes. And it's not even, listen, all this shit about Roman being a winner, whatever. These two, well, one of them may believe it, one of them may profess to believe it. Laura doesn't give a shit. The winner's the person who wins at the end of the day. In the immortal words of Kenny Rogers, you never count your money while you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. And this is where she's placing her bet, I guess, is that she's gonna... She's definitely not doing this in a way that is aggressive to Chad. She is doing this in a, wait, what are you two doing way. She is going to try to dive between them and separate them.
Okay.
Yes. She doesn't have the physical power to push Chad back.
Mm-hmm.
But she is hoping that he's right, we can't get out of here without him, is going to be enough to convince Chad to not shove him into molten metal and burn him to death.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Chad, you are purposefully grappling Roman. We could make this a contested frailty check in which Laura will almost certainly fail.
Yeah.
But feel free to do real quick roleplay, and I'll leave it to Chad whether you loosen up or not.
Guys, what the fuck? We need to get out of here. Come on. I don't know, fight in a parking lot when we get out. Like, that's fine if you don't like each other right now. But Chad, I think he's right. I think like we can get out of here if we fucking don't have him, okay?
He's not gonna fucking let us leave.
And if he's not here, is anyone? Listen, I'm walking out of here. If it's me versus this place, it's me. If it's me versus you guys, it's me. If it's me versus you, Jen, sorry, it's me. If it's me versus the world, it is me. We are getting out of here. And I don't care if you guys have to swallow whatever the fuck this is. I'm swallowing whatever the fuck this is too right now. You could, I don't know, punch each other out back behind the school when we're done if you want to sort this out, but fuck.
Roman, because this is combat time, are you waiting to see how this turns out? Because you're up in initiative next.
I think Roman is sticking to his plan of trying to shoot Chad.
So with that, Roman is still struggling against Chad's grip. And with intent, you can see the gun still trying to be pointed at you, Chad. Because we're in combat time, I'm going to have to ask you, Chad, what are you doing?
The only thing Chad is doing, Chad is not loosening his grip, Chad is not moving back. Chad is just going to say to Laura, get the gun.
And the thing is, I think I can do that. I'm not stronger than Chad,
Yeah.
but I'm the same strength as Roman, and I'm quicker.
Well, we will deal with that on your next initiative pass, because you spent this
Yeah.
one interposing and having a brief conversation.
Yeah.
Roman.
I think, like, Chad sees a brief change in Laura's expression, and that's the only sign she gives that she's on board.
Mm-hmm. Let me do something real quick. Let's see. Yes. Roman, your frailty and clumsiness is now at 3 dots instead of 4.
Why did you do that? That was mean. Why are you mean?
Called an investment.
Because I'm mean to me.
So I think Roman's only motivation in this moment is to get away from Chad. Like, he wants to get that distance back. And so he wants to extricate himself from Chad's grip, and then he wants to step away if that is at all possible.
Okay. So, to get yourself away, that would be... Chad would be rolling a frailty check, which he's quite good at, and you can choose between frailty and clumsiness, which you are better at now, but still not great. So you could go that route. I will say, though, you do have a pistol in your hand. Attacking with a weapon does automatically give you +1 success on that. And this pistol, there's a connection you can feel to it. It seems to almost want to point in the direction you want to point it at, as long as you share the same commonality, I suppose. So it's up to you whether you want to try to break and run, or whether you just want to fight that grip and try to turn it vaguely in Chad's direction and take a shot.
That is 100% what I want to do.
Okay. Roman, you are going to roll me a, I mean, either frailty or clumsiness. I believe they are both the same for you. Chad, go ahead and roll me, I think this would be a frailty check to see if you can just hold him back.
So I got 3 successes, 2, 3, 4 on the dice.
Okay.
I got triple sixes.
Yes. Love it. I saw your face when you rolled, and I knew.
So I was gonna give Chad a +1 net success to his defense because you were already grappling, and I was going to give Roman the +1 for the weapon, just being an item purposely designed as a weapon used as an attack, and +1 because it's a pistol, a cursed pistol essentially. But triple sixes, that's 5 versus Chad's 4, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a big hit, unfortunately, because triple sixes critical doesn't necessarily make the attack any better, but you do restore 3 willpower, Roman, and you can toss a neutral card. And that is going to do 1 box of Death's Door to Chad as a bullet sort of grazes your other shoulder. Doesn't hit you solidly, but it does hit you. 1 more down on your Death's Door. Not the hit I was hoping for. Oh well.
Oh, thanks.
Look, we only have like 20 minutes. We need to figure out where this PvP is going.
Oh, for sure.
All right. That's probably it for Roman.
It is. I think just the last thing I will quickly say, being mindful of time, is, I mean, Chad, you have never seen this look in Roman's eyes, and you have seen him be cruel before. You have seen him be calculating. He is looking at you in this moment with absolute hatred.
And it is mirrored back. However, there is the slightest hint of sheer unadulterated glee.
Mm-hmm. All right. Back to the top of the round, we have the Broken Heart Army, which, Chad, you rushed past. She is going to turn around, and unfortunately now you are sort of flanked with the majority of your attention and physicality on Roman, and I think the Broken Heart Army is just going to try to skewer you.
Yep, that makes sense.
So it is going to skitter forward. The audience will see. Roman might see a bit of it. Laura's mostly blinded. This large, nearly 10-foot tall, beautiful, if, triplicated kind of woman up top, and weird, gnarled, self-injury, smoke-spewing, spidery arm legs on the bottom, horror movie skitters towards you real quickly and lunges forward with her sword. I'm going to give you a -1, a -1 to your net successes for exactly the same reason I gave you a positive against Roman.
I was going to ask for it.
I just can't seem to get the trips. I'm doing a lot of double sixes, but I can't get the triple.
I'm going to be spending some willpower.
Go for it.
I'm going to go down to 14. Reroll these 2. I'm going to spend more willpower here.
All right.
I'm fishing a little bit.
Spend it all, burn it.
Oh, I'm fishing for something. I'm just rerolling 1 this time.
All right.
I'm going to spend 1 more. We're just going to try. And if it doesn't work this time, it doesn't work this time. We're down to 10.
Oh, only 10
right.
willpower.
Only 10.
Whatever will you do?
It paid off. So that is triple sixes.
Okay.
We were digging for it.
Which is 3 successes, -1 because of the grapple, so you were at 2.
2, yeah.
It only got 3, so it's a good thing you got those triple sixes, because 2 would have been 1, which would have been a major injury. So you're still only taking 1 damage, but you do restore 3 of your willpower, which helps negate all of that which you spent, and you can discard a neutral card. And of course,
Sure.
take one more box off of your death's door.
Yes. Okay. So anything but a heart. Oh, I'm running out of those. Gonna get rid of this 9 of spades.
Yeah.
Would it be reasonable to say that as it goes to skewer Chad, it's such, I feel like, a perfectly cinematic moment where he doesn't hear it coming because he's so focused on Roman, but he sees the movement in the reflection in Roman's eyes and is able to sort of pull, and by pulling Roman, I assume also pulling Laura, sort of forward a little bit. He's trying to pull it into the way of them into the way of it, sort of. Clearly, mostly Roman.
Yeah.
Laura is a non-factor here in Chad's mind at this moment.
Yeah.
But is caught up and distracted, and there's not a lot of space to go, which is how it sort of like gets him across the side or leg or wherever you would preferably.
Yeah,
Chad
so you
more
do
hurt.
sort of scrimmage the three of you forward a few feet away from the molten steel pool, and in doing so, this blade, again, skims right past your arm, not far from where you are shot, so that arm is getting beat to hell. But
I would
the
like
blade
to-
does...
I'm sorry, just real quick. I would
Yeah?
like to not get too far away from the molten pool, if possible.
Okay.
You mustn't golem him.
Yeah, you're not right up on it, though Roman wasn't right up on it before. There was time between throwing the papers, and I assume Roman would not just want to
Yeah.
stand on top of the lip of a lava pool. But
Yeah.
you
Might
are
be assuming a lot at this point. Just given
that's fair. That's fair.
Put that out
Fair.
there.
You are
I
still
would like to.
at an actionable
reduce-
distance.
Okay, yeah, I would just like to reduce the amount we move away from it as possible, as much as possible.
Yeah. But as the sword cuts into you and you do try to pull Roman into it, the blade does stop very abruptly, like an inch from Roman, almost like it hit something.
And Chad's eyes kind of dart down to it and then back up at Roman. And there's still joy and hatred, but also just a touch of frustration at that.
All right, Chad, take it away.
Okay. Chad is going to. So he's seething at this point. There's blood dripping down his arm, and there's the struggle going on, and the gun kind of moving towards him, and then away from him, and then back towards him. And Chad is going to attempt to pick up and throw Roman. While retaining as much of a messy grip on the gun as he can.
Okay. Well, Roman is holding the gun, so if you throw Roman, you are throwing the gun with Roman. Unless you are purposely trying to keep it with you, which is going to give you a negative on your ability to throw him.
Yeah, I will 100% take that negative.
Can I make a pitch here, Lion?
Yeah.
If you grab him by the wrist and just put a shit ton of pressure on his little wrist as you throw him, see if you can get him to leave it behind.
Well,
Can I?
that would be
change
a
my
purposeful
plan
disarm
entirely?
check.
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
True.
what was that line?
I was gonna say, can I change my plan entirely? Because I realized there's a much better, more Chad way to go here.
All right.
I think Chad's gonna let go of Roman's face. And then, very abruptly, is going to attempt to drive the arm with the gun down while bringing that free arm up towards his elbow. To try and just flat out break his arm.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a more Chad answer.
Yeah.
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 That is a very Chad answer.
All right. So you are effectively releasing the grapple, but in doing so, you're trying to make the attack against Roman.
Yeah, because I still have the gun hand grab.
Yeah.
As I do this, because I'm leading it.
Okay. Contested frailty check, then. Roman, remember your frailty is now 3. I'm also giving you +1 net successes.
I have 3 successes.
I rolled a 5.
4.
I rolled a 5, a 5, and a 6.
All right.
I got 2, 2, 2.
Chad, Roman is way stronger than you remember him being. You do manage to force his arm down, but when you get it sort of levered on your other arm, it doesn't bend and snap as you expected his spindly little chicken leg arms to. There is a force behind them you are unfamiliar with, and at the same time, the Broken Heart Army does lunge forward with the free hand, slick with blood, grasp yours, and offer at least a little bit of support to Roman.
And Chad's eyes go wide in shock, and he looks down at the gun, and then he looks back up at Roman, and then his eyes shift to to Laura, and again that glee just seems to be growing even with the like clear frustration, and he goes, "Help."
I get it. Oh, it is my turn, isn't it?
It is your turn.
I dive for the gun. I think what Laura is going to do is she is going to just dive in. She is counting on just overwhelming speed here. And she is also going to try and throw Roman off balance.
Okay. Now you are...
She's going for the side of the knee in a way that's going to destabilize him and hopefully take advantage of that instant to snatch the gun and roll.
That's a lot to do on one turn for a normal person with no combat training,
Yes.
D&D level fighter strength, and you're blinded and choking.
She's trying to snatch and shove. She's trying
Sure.
to shove him and snatch it.
Sure. So go ahead. I mean, this is going to be a frailty check because
Yeah,
it's putting
not
your
great.
weight and force against Romans. So this is going to be a contested frailty check. And again, you are having a coughing fit right now, and your eyes are teared up and soot covered. So -1 net success to you on top of that, Laura.
Can I make it a clumsiness check if I am deliberately just waiting for a moment in their grapple when he looks off guard enough to be vulnerable to a snatch and forget about shoving him?
Not a snatch. You could get your hand on it, but it's whether you have enough force to be able to rip it away.
Yeah.
If you want to just throw yourself into this scrimmage and try to just, throw yourself at his legs or both of their legs so that you all go tumbling down, I would call that a clumsiness check, but it's not going to disarm him. A disarm would be a
Okay.
frailty check because you have to apply enough force against his force to remove the weapon.
Would it be possible to argue that he might have an easier time because Chad is also trying to force the gun out of Roman's hand?
I have a different pitch, too.
So
have a
I
different
think we're getting a little more tactical than Locus really has the capability of doing.
Fair.
Here, there aren't really disarm options. There aren't really grapple options on the action economy. I'm kind of making up as we go.
Yeah.
And with your purposeful attack last turn, Lion, as opposed to maintaining the grapple,
That's
I pretty
fair,
much
yeah.
assumed that you let go of the grapple in order to make that attack. So when the attack failed, your arm is not nearly as tightly gripped against the wrist anymore.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. If I'm understanding the blocking right, so closest to the melted steel is Roman
Yes.
and the Bleeding Heart Army
Is
No, the
behind
bleeding heart
Chad.
is on the
Chad.
other side because it's behind me.
is behind Chad. Chad is between them, so it's Roman, Chad, Monster.
Yeah.
Laura
So it's
here.
well, Laura got between them, right?
Yes.
So
Yes,
it's
you're right.
Roman, Laura, Chad, Monster,
Fair. Yes.
and then Dragon Daddy off in the background.
Mm-hmm.
I duck down so that I'm below everybody's flailing arms. And I chuck my shirt full of coke into the steel. And dive away. I don't know if it's going to do anything, frankly. I don't think Laura knows if it's going to do anything.
Didn't you fail to retrieve that?
Oh, I have an acid burn saying I didn't, my bud. That was
Yeah,
a bargain
that was
you
the
gave me.
bargain
If
I
took
gave
the
you.
acid burn,
Yeah.
I got to keep it.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't envisioning that you had been lugging that around this whole time. With change
I
things, because
didn't.
that's a big weight to be carrying.
Yeah.
But sure, okay, yeah, you can take the coke and throw it into the molten steel.
I don't know what it's gonna do, but I figure
What'd
it'll be
that do?
distracting.
Yeah, yeah,
And I do dive away. I do, like, just in case, because I've got no idea what's gonna happen.
yeah, yeah. Everyone make me a clumsiness check. Because this is gonna blow.
I am going to spend a willpower.
I am as well.
Okay, that's significantly better. Okay, cool.
Yay! I spent the
Whew.
willpower so that I could re-roll my 5 and get a 6 on trip 6s. Oh, this girl is fast. Oh, this bitch is quick. Get lost, haunt card. Go to hell.
Hey, Jack.
I
Before we talk, okay, yeah, sure.
At trip sixes, you can discard a non-haunt card. It's a neutral card that you can
Okay,
get rid of.
fine. I get to keep it. Get fucked, 4 of hearts.
There you go. This is not a contested check, so this is going to be a hard difficulty check. So lowest value on your 3d6 needs to be above your clumsiness. Yes, Lion.
I have a question. If instead of trying to avoid this explosion, my focus was ensuring someone else does not avoid this explosion, could it be a contested check?
If you are purposely not moving, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah, because so Roman is closer to the pool, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You
I
kinda
think
just wanna
instead
lock
of
him down.
trying to get away, yeah, I think Chad just doesn't want to let Roman get away.
Okay. So this will make it a contested check between Chad and Roman, frailty based. Roman, did you already roll your check for dodging? Did you succeed or fail? You're muted.
I succeeded.
Okay. So I will not give you a negative for already doing so. So you would have dodged out of the way if Chad had not currently spending all of his might to keep you there. So now this is going to be a new contested check between you two. Frailty. And because of how well the Broken Heart army rolled, how connected they are, we're forcing the combat system to be a lot more complicated than it's meant to be in Locus, which I love. Not great for demo play, but fantastic for a story. Yeah, I am going to say, Roman, you get a +1 net success because the Broken Heart army is assisting you in basically the same way that Chad is purposely acting against you. So, first and foremost, before we get to the resolution, Chad, you take a grievous injury. That is 9 boxes on your death's door.
Yeah.
Are you still up?
Oh, yes.
Okay. You take an injury, a 3rd-degree burn, I suppose. You're going to have 3rd-degree burns over a lot of the section of your body facing the steel pool, with like actual flecks of molten metal that you will need to get off of your body before they melt through you. The Broken Heart army is also going to take that damage, which isn't great. Now, Chad, what did you roll?
2, 4, 4. I have 3 successes.
3 successes. Roman, what you got?
6, 6, 4, which is 4 successes with the +1 and my lower frailty.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Chad,
Yeah.
Roman is a lot stronger than you remember. You should not have difficulty with this. Fighting off the monster is one thing, but even without the monster's help, you can feel Roman's physicality bolstered. The grip you have on their arm is scorchingly hot, even, which doesn't seem to be bothering him, but is like holding on to a skillet you just taken out of the oven and forgot to put your oven mitts on. And yeah, Roman, you wrench yourself away and dodge out of the way, leaving, unfortunately, Chad and the Broken Heart Army to take the brunt of this explosion.
Isn't that how it should be, though? I mean, isn't that just perfectly Roman?
God, I hate this guy. This guy sucks so bad.
Can I say that Chad goes down?
Sure, if you want to drop prone, I will leave that. You choose to drop prone.
Chad collapses.
Okay. Chad collapses. All of that was Laura's action, so where are we, Roman?
Okay. Chad is down, so I think at this point, Roman sees Laura as the bigger threat. And so I think at this point, he's going to turn the gun on her.
Yeah.
Because my own personal monster did say to me, no one else can leave. So I think
All right.
at this point, I'm gonna shoot Laura.
I like how as OKSDM pointed out that the big bad of this game is just sitting in the background laughing his ass off while you guys fight each other.
I don't know. I think the big bad of this game is getting fucked up pretty bad.
Yeah, you are all pretty big and bad. Okay.
I was gonna say, I think us, we're the big bads.
Yeah.
We're the big bads.
Okay, Roman, you are
No,
trying
Matt,
to
she's
shoot
not
Laura.
little and bad. Little and bad.
Little and bad.
What?
Roman, you are trying to shoot Laura. So, yeah, that sounds more like a either a clumsiness check or a carelessness check, even for aiming rather than actual application of just strength and force. Laura, that is going to be a. I mean, it would be a clumsiness check to dodge out of the way. However, you do take -1 because of your condition.
Yeah. Where am I? Where is everything? Where's my everything? Okay, so that's 2 successes, 3 successes on the dice -1, because
Okay.
I owied.
And just out of curiosity, do I still have a +1 since it's with this gun?
Yes.
4 successes.
4 against 2. Laura, you take a major injury. That is 3 boxes on the death's door, and you get
Just
a
make 10.
major condition. Shot.
Found it.
You've been shot.
Uh-oh. Shot.
Though I believe you've already had at least one other major injury, so the penalties don't stack. You don't need to worry about that. It's just
Yeah, I've had
death's
2
door.
of them. I also have a concussion and a severe acid
Yeah.
burn, and now a bullet.
Mm-hmm. So there are other games out there where injuries do stack. That is not the case in Locus. If we were playing, I believe it's Blades in the Dark, you would be screwed. But They don't stack
Oh,
in
yeah.
Locus, so you are more or less fine as long as you have death's door boxes up. But you get shot.
I do get shot.
Roman, now that Chad is on the ground, no longer able to harry you, Laura has dived a decent way out of the way from you after that explosion. The dragon is enjoying the show from a distance. You can see back the way you came. You know you walked down that rocky corridor from where you fell, but you just glance over in that direction, and it is now a staircase leading up. So, with your action used, but you do have some narrative movement, would you stay and silence your unfortunate tools here, or are you just trying to escape?
Oh, I'm just trying to escape.
Okay.
Yeah, we are in full let's head towards the exit mode.
You begin running. It's like 3 meters you cover. Lion.
Can I say something as that happens?
Yeah.
So as Roman begins moving towards the exit, Chad sort of like barely pulls his face off of the ground, and as he does, there's flecks of like flesh that like stretch and pull and are left behind, and bits of steel that are already still like or are still melting through parts of his face, and he kind of like throws up a bunch and goes, it doesn't matter where you end up going. You know, bro, every time she'd come to me for her next fix, she couldn't stop bitching about all the things you couldn't do right. And I could defend every single one of them. But then she told me you had a tiny dick, bro. And everything made sense.
I would like to voluntarily do a temper check.
Okay, go for it. Temper stress check. The classic frat boy strategy, you have a small penis.
I mean, yeah. We gotta hit the tropes. Let's go.
Yep.
I'm wheezing.
We're running out of time.
Whether it's true or not, that is the sharpest arsenal in a frat boy's weapon case.
It's nestled in the case right next to your mother.
Right.
So, okay, Jack, I have a question. So I did pass that temper check.
All right.
However, can I pause to unload a bullet in Chad before I continue?
Well, I think that will be next turn.
Okay.
If you want to, hold your initiative round instead of next turn spending all of your movement going up to use your action to fire. But it seems like Chad has more or less resigned himself to the situation, unless perhaps he's pulling some sort of ruse. I don't know what he's doing. Laura, we'll see. I mean, that was the end of the turn order. We're gonna go a little bit longer. We don't need an after show for this session because next week is basically an extended after show. So we're going to push it a little longer than we usually do. I'm going to try to stay away from just dropping the cutscene for as long as we can. So let's move back up to the Broken Heart Army. And,
Can I throw something out
Sure,
there?
yeah.
Jack? Can Roman actually gesture towards the Broken Heart Army and say, finish him.
There it
And
is.
point
Okay.
to Chad.
There you go. That solidifies what she was going to do. There was a look between the three faces: Roman, Chad, the doorway, Laura, Roman, and you give that order, and she skitters over to Chad real quick, flips the sword, and now Chad, you're not at zero death's door, so you are conscious. Are you dodging this?
I would like to try to catch it on the way down.
Okay. Sure. Frailty check then.
Just pure adrenaline and hatred at this point. That's all it is.
That's gonna be difficult.
We're spending willpower, so
Go
we'll
for
see
it.
how that goes, because that is 3 1s.
Wow. I mean, I'll let me put it to you this way. The dice, I think, are trying to tell a story. I'll leave that to you, but she got 4 successes, and I don't think it's possible for you to roll 4 successes. But it's whether you resign to a much larger injury, or if you want to try to go for 3 successes and reduce that to a minor.
In this instance, I do want to go for it, because in my head, the only way that Chad is going to stop is that grueling, dragged out, slow, broken over and over until he cannot anymore.
All right.
Because that's the level of both hatred he has for Roman and absolute sheer pleasure that he takes in the pain and misery that this is causing everyone.
Yeah. All right. Eat up that willpower.
I do believe that the willpower here makes a lot of sense, and that is, in fact, 3 successes, 6, 6, 5. Let's go.
All right. Her 4 against your 3, that nets to 1. You take a minor injury as you do sort of clasp the blade as it is coming down. It slides through your hand until you get enough friction on it, but it does pierce into your chest about an inch or so. 1 point on death's door.
Chad's eyes don't leave Roman.
All right. The Broken Heart Army does have that affliction, but she can't really use it against Laura because she can't see her. Laura can't see. She's blinded. Okay, what are we at now? Chad, we're back to you.
And so Chad is gonna try to drag himself back to his feet, wobbly, and go, "It's just like you to be too much of a bitch to do it yourself." And then he's gonna try and drag himself towards Roman.
All right.
With this big grin on his face, what's left of his face. There's big chunks that have just burned away and melted off. Bits of like muscle and bone and sinew kind of droop. There's a bunch of like flecks of steel that are very visibly apparent all down the side of his face, and his arm and his leg clothes are sort of half burned away, as he just kind of, almost like this nightmare creature, just is dragging his corpse through willpower towards Roman with that big smile. And I don't know if Chad can get close enough to Roman, but if he can, then he's going to reach for his throat.
Reach for his throat.
Actually, no. If he can, he's going to try and punch him in the face.
Okay.
We haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
We need at least one before we die.
Yeah, that was mostly narrative. I'll say you're close enough to do that. Yeah.
Oh, then yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
So
He's
once
dragging
again,
himself.
contested attack checks between the two of you.
I'm gonna use some willpower.
I am as well.
I'm gonna use more willpower. This is exactly what it's for. This is good.
Yeah.
This is good. We're doing good. Doing good.
Build them up to eat like
Actually, I'm
popcorn
gonna
during the
use one more
finale.
willpower.
I'm gonna use one more willpower as well, which brings me down to 8.
Triple sixes.
And then one more
Yep.
to go to 7.
They're both fishing
Which is
for
gonna
it.
burn off. Yeah, this is where it's gonna happen, right?
Fish.
And that's it, triple sixes. It's the best I can do. Took me 5 willpower to get there. But
Okay.
we got there.
Well,
Triple sixes.
triple sixes
It's not gonna- it doesn't
on each
matter
side.
because-
Yeah. You
Yeah.
have to one of each other has to beat. No meets it beats it. So
Yeah.
the status quo remains. You take a swing at Roman, but Roman is just slightly fast enough to duck backwards.
Yep. And he just keeps coming.
All right. A truly
That's it.
horrific scene as the mess that is Chad is lunging almost furiously and maniacally towards Roman. The dragon is eating popcorn. Laura.
The dragon's getting everything it wants.
Yeah, yep. It wins either way.
Laura is going to get up and take off in a fucking sprint. Forget these guys.
Mhm.
Forget this place. Stairs out. Only thing that matters.
Okay. You book it. Roll me a movement check just to see how far you make it. Contested check against
Clumsiness?
no one. Yeah, so 3d6, consult your clumsiness.
Yeah.
Every success gets you 5 meters or so.
Yeah. Full 3.
Okay, yeah, 15 meters is what? Close to 50 feet or something like that, maybe even more. You dash over to this staircase, start making your way up, and it's not a long staircase. You could have swore you fell for quite a long time, but it's like one of those like exterior basement sort of staircases. It only goes up like 6 feet or so before you are back at the steel bubble.
Don't stop running.
In fact, I'm going to make... How would I make this work? Laura, make me a... I don't even know what this would be. I'm doing a lot of mental gymnastics now. No, we're gonna... The stairs do not lead back up to the steel bubble. They lead up to what looks like... you run up the stairs and you realize you think you're in the steel bubble at first, but it's not a rounded structure. You look like you're in some sort of enclosed sheet metal room of some sort. There is a door in front of you. As you said, you don't stop moving, or you might stop just enough to be like, where the hell am I? You see a door and continue forward. You barrel through that, and it looks like it came up out of what looks like some sort of shed that's connected to the remains of the blast furnace tower. You barrel through that door, and you are bolting. All right.
Yeah.
Roman,
Laura's not looking back.
do you stay and dance with your best friend, or are you leaving?
I stay and dance with my best friend.
Okay.
Roman lifts up the gun and points it at Chad's head and says, "At this point, you should be begging me to put you out of your misery."
Chad is gonna put a hand on Roman's hand and go, "Just remember, fucking told you so, bro."
Chad, are you dodging? Or otherwise trying to push
No.
this gun away?
No.
Okay. I will keep this as not graphic as I can, but I think we see in silhouette from the side view, because that's always an artistic shot, we see Roman there with a gun pointed at the hunched over silhouette of Chad, his head, and you just get that silhouetted spray from the back. And that silhouette wobbles on its heels for a second, and then crumbles.
And it feels important to say that in that moment, before Roman pulls the trigger, looking into Roman's eyes, Chad, I think you can only wonder, would Roman have been able to do this had you not drugged him? Because at this point, this is distant for him.
Mm-hmm.
This is all mixed together in all of the horrors. And he may not have been able to pull the trigger were he in his right mind. But there is no hesitation and there is no sense of regret.
All right. With that, there are presumably no more threats down here. Laura has run off. Chad is no more. Roman, you turn and make your way towards the stairs. Probably not running, but moving hastily in determination. Broken Heart Army moving behind you. And as you get to the stairs, you feel this pulse, this beat in your heart, palpitation of sorts. But it's not painful, it's maybe not excitement, but it does feel like adrenaline. It feels like determination. It feels But you turn around and you notice that the Broken Heart Army is no longer behind you. But there is a warmth to your chest, and you hear sort of within yourself, I knew you had the strength of the Hargreaves line. We are one the same, and we will always be with each other. To the top. And I think we are going to fade to sepia as we see Roman walk out of this shed underneath the blast furnace. And we see Laura in the distance moving quickly away. I think the camera is going to do that Matrix thing where it pauses and the world sort of spins around to get Laura in the focus. And before we fade to sepia on Laura, from your perspective, this entire place is on fire. It looks like
Check.
you are running through the initial catastrophe here. You don't see the people, but you do hear the screams. You see the smoke. You see the flames. You see molten steel pouring out from holes in buildings. And I assume you are running towards the river?
Yeah.
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 And that's where we're going to fade to sepia. All right. Thus concludes Iron, Coke, and Conscience. Plenty of iron, lots of coke, very little conscience. But before we leave, because we're going to forego an after show, which we usually do on season finales because we have final review and analysis coming up, and because we always seem to be pressed for time, which is great because I love what you guys did with this ending here. I want to know, I want to see these fade to sepia epilogues that I like to do at the end of each of these seasons. Now, unfortunately, Chad isn't really going to get one because Chad is dead. Lion, do you have anything from your perspective that you would like a scene or that you can direct for us. Chad's no longer with us, but is there anything you want to lead
There
the
is
story
actually.
with?
I think in lieu of a scene for Chad, instead, after we have that like fade to black moment before as we go into this like epilogue montage, instead for Chad, there is a cut to him sitting in his dorm room, listening to tub thumping. And then there's a knock at his door. And he doesn't hear it the first time because he's singing too goddamn loud. But he hears it the second time. It's more of a bang. He stops and he rolls his eyes. And he hits the button on his stereo. And then takes a bump. And he rolls his eyes again and he gets up. He opens the door. And the camera is squarely on him from the doorway. And slowly you see his look of annoyance shift into that same almost blissful, gleeful smile. And he goes, "Yeah, I figured as much." And he steps to the side. And Jennifer walks past the camera. And he closes the door and then like leans back against it, looking directly into the camera with that same big grin on his face. And I think that's where it fades out for Chad.
Which for clarification, because of lines and veils and whatnot, comfort and backstory, that is Glee in Chad's scheme of, I mean, it's really not any much better, scheme to remove Jennifer from the picture by making sure she has way too many drugs than she should. Not anything
else
super bad. Though that's anyway. Moving on.
That's pretty super bad.
Yeah, no, that's pretty super bad.
Yes.
It's not a lewd bad.
Yes.
But it's very criminal.
There is nothing even approaching sexual assault on this channel at all.
No.
Does not happen. Just wanted to make sure that was clarified. Because big guy leaning against a door and smiling predatorily at a woman can get misinterpreted. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No, not at all.
But yes, that is a flashback to Chad dealing with the Jennifer problem, Roman's Jennifer problem.
Yeah.
Before we get to Roman, because I have a more specific prompt for you, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Laura.
Oh, I have thoughts.
Welcome to Jolston.
Fuck, I hate it here.
Because you're not going anywhere. What do we see of Laura's life, at least immediately, in Jolston? Because in your mind, you might eventually put the pieces together, get the string board out and whatnot. There's something to those papers. They went up in a flash, and there was a feeling from it. The dragon was gleeful at it. That was your ticket out. The only other ticket out would probably be to take out that dragon. But Laura, it's only you. You're quite injured, and the already beaten down residents of Jolston.
Yeah, I think we have like a de facto doctor in town.
Yeah.
And I think we just have a shot of Laura sitting on, it's not even like a hospital bed or anything, it's just like a couch.
Mm-hmm.
While this doctor tends to her hideously burned arm, and Laura is just staring into the middle distance, calculating. And her face is locked like that. She doesn't even acknowledge the doctor. She doesn't even look. She does not flinch. And her arm is severely fucked at this point. But she is deep, deep in the math. And she is not done.
All right. Zooming out the window of this very makeshift infirmary following Laura's eye line, the camera zooms up and we get a view down at the Jolston Steel again, which is no longer in catastrophic fire. But the camera does linger there for a second as we get the bellowing laughter of the Crucible Dragon underneath. Roman, to wrap us up here, you made a deal with the Broken Heart Army, practically with the Malice Locus itself. You saw that connection between you and what was essentially your darkest self, and you accepted it. You made that pact. Something in your life moving forward, through your decision, will create your very own Malice Locus, spawned from you in that decision, with the Broken Heart Army, or whatever form it might change into, as its own heart of that Malice Locus. If you have something else leading up to that, please do so. But if you have something, if you can think of something, do tell me what it is, how it is you create your own Malice Locus.
And so, as things move forward in Roman's life, everything that he was promised is coming to pass. He is moving up in rank at Arcadia Incorporated. He is taking ownership of some of the projects and developments that are happening there. And he is continuing the family tradition of looking the other way when there are threats, in this case maybe not directly as threatening to people in an immediate way, but say pollution, ecological damage. And I think what we see is him looking at a series of reports detailing just how bad things are getting. And then arranging the necessary funds, bribes, other pieces to make sure that there is no attention directed this way. And as he finishes with that, kind of finishing for the day, of course, ensuring that there is not a data trail that will link back to him. He stands up, he straightens the suit that he's wearing, he takes a moment to look in the mirror in his office, because of course he has a mirror in his office. And the camera comes from behind him as he's getting himself straightened up. And we see a burned hand come to rest on his shoulder as Chad's face, as horrific as it was with the bullet wound in his head, appears in the mirror right beside him. And Roman doesn't even flinch. He shudders the slightest bit, closes his eyes, takes a few deep breaths, and then just turns to leave.
Okay. And I think adding on to that, we can zoom forward a little bit more in Roman's life. Family, to what that means. I should say dynasty. Success, nice house. And I think we see something very similar to a flashback the audience saw not long ago. With an old revolver sitting on a well-polished marble fireplace. Roman, in his later life, sitting in a lounge of sorts, regaling those who are around, children, grandchildren, a tale of his old friend Chandler Chad Washboard Goldberg. Iron, coke, and conscience. How's everybody doing, guys? That was an intense, dark ending.
That was so good.
You shot the man. You shot him in his head.
Oh, it was perfect. It was so good.
Why did you do that to the man? He was your friend a little.
He was.
Excuse me.
He was.
He was his friend a lot. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. All right. I know we don't have a lot of time to close this up. We don't have a lot of time for additional commentary. Stay tuned next week for the final review and analysis of Locus, a personal horror mystery TTRPG by Cobblepath Games. We are going to be focusing, I mean, it's going to be a pretty much an extended after show, but with a focus on the mechanics, the rules, tools, and themes of Locus, and how using this particular game helped shape our story and shape our enjoyment of the gameplay. And of course, there's going to be plenty of commentary of all the crazy stuff that happened, and we'll be sure to talk about the ending of this show, because it was a lot. So if you want to hear the commentary, if you want to hear more about this game, our own thoughts on the mechanics, rules, tools, themes, and our discussion of what sort of GMs, what sort of players, what sort of tables this game will work best for, tips and tricks, stuff like that, come hang out next week, same time, right here, 2 p.m. EDT, for the final review and analysis show for Locus. But with that, let me shake all of the negativity of this dark conclusion of Locus off of myself and pass it to these amazing players who I cannot thank enough. I love you guys so much. This has been some of the best character work I've seen in an AP for a long time. I know I'm biased because I'm running it, but you guys, just amazing characters from the start, really worked with each other, really went after each other, and really, you know, used those prompts of me poking and jabbing at you guys just so beautifully. So thank you so much. Let me throw this in reverse order with the person who, I don't know if you came out the best or the worst psychologically, but JD. Oh man. The escapee of Jolston. Thank you so much. What do you got going on?
So I'm just going to first quickly say I hate this for Roman because I definitely wanted him to die down there because he deserved it. But we'll unpack all of that next week. Hi, I'm JD. I do not usually play characters who are this absolutely terrible. I am in so many things with Live from the Apocalypse in particular. If you are around tomorrow night, we will be recording our Masks Actual Play podcast, Academy H. You should stop by. It'll be a good time. I will be rejoining Lion and Jack on Monday for SCP, A Crumbling Foundation with Tales from the Table Studio. And then I will be doing a bunch of other stuff with Live from the Apocalypse next week. You can follow my Twitter, social media, / Live from the Apocalypse itself to find out what that is. And then I will be back here on Saturday. But thank you so much, Jack, for this wild ride, and to the rest of the cast for allowing me to do some really terrible things and to not play my character type of the good boy that everybody loves so much and wants to protect.
All right. The other side of the bros. The tragic side of the boys. Lion.
I don't know if I'd say tragic, but hi, I'm Lion. I'm the creative director and founder for Tales from the Table Studios, and I have had the absolute honor of being able to play Chandler Chad Washboard Goldberg one final time here today. And before I get into where you can find me, I do also want to take a moment to say thank you, Jack, so much for having me, and you were absolutely amazing. Thank you to the two of you for being here with me for this as well. I consider myself incredibly honored to have had the opportunity to explore and tell this story with y'all. It was absolutely amazing. I also don't generally play people this terrible. except when I'm on the other side of the table as the GM, storyteller, what have you, because, you know, it happens. You'll be able to find me next over on Tales from the Table Studios Monday night for Crumbling Foundation, an SCP-themed actual play that is just getting into its next arc, and things are going to get weird, to say the least. And we have other stuff. You can find our schedule either at my social media, the Lion Knight 42, or TFTT Studios over on Twitter, or Tales from the Table Studios anywhere else. And I'll keep it brief. That's all I got to say right now. Love y'all.
All right, and wrapping us out. Kat, this was a particularly difficult ending for your character. Well, I mean, one of them's dead. You're trapped there, and Roman is psychologically damaged for life. So you're all kind of took a hit there. But anyway,
the butthole plays.
Yes.
A charitable assumption is that because Laura's very good at motivating people, she does help she kind of helps the sheriff get people to feel like they're less trapped in shit once she stops being furious, which takes a while because she's a rage monster. But I am Kat. I am the host, king of the podcast Sword of Symphonies, where my good cool friends play us my game Heroic Chord. And I am also the choir master of Roar to Heaven, which is literally right now screening on Rainbow Roll Fest. Literally this instant. Go watch Rainbow Roll Fest. We are raising money for Trans Lifeline by celebrating queer excellence in actual play.
All right, excellent. We are actually going to be raiding over there once we are done here, so stick around. I will be shooting that raid off in just a second. Thank you guys so much for being amazing players. Thank you guys on the other side of the screen there for being a great audience. Thank you for keeping the chat all kinds of lively. Thank you so much for your donations to the Mayhem Meter. I love that I get to give something back to this amazing cast for all the work that they've done. And stick around next week for the final review and analysis. With that, the only other thing I will plug right now is the actual channel Ko-Fi. I have so much to drop on the Ko-Fi. There's the adventurer tier for player side information. You get all of our after shows, you get character sheets, you get character insights, bios, blurbs, stuff like that. Other character identifying information for all of our previous series, as well as this one's and ones going forward, as long as you are supporting. And there's the hero tier, which gets all of my GM notes. And just with the nature of a mystery game, I had to hold off on a lot of that stuff, so it's been a little shy, a little low the past couple weeks, but I have a bunch of stuff to drop. I got all of these monsters, their personal monsters, the Malice Locus, Crucible Dragon, other things popping up. I have all of my machinations, all of their items, all kinds of secrets and stuff I've been working on here. So if you want to see the GM side of things, you want to see my notes, you want to see how I think about things, with a little bit of commentary on, what I was thinking and where I was going. And if you can support, head over to Ko-Fi, drop some support over there. All of that goes back into the channel to help buy new games, pay artists if we can, to just work towards making the channel better and giving back to the indie creator community, whether they be TTRPGs or artists or musicians or whatever it may be. What I get, I give back to indie creators because they're the reason I'm here and get to do this. I think that is all I have. Go check out the YouTube for previous episodes, Whip Workshop creator interviews, one-shots, cool stuff. And come hang out on Discord, where me and all of these fantastic people like to hang out, as well as a number of other amazing indie TTRPG creators who have released amazing games, are making great games, even playtesting new games. So if you want to find a new game, you want to find any indie creators to talk with, or if you have a game of your own that you want to talk to me about, come by Twitter or Discord at RPGs Uncovered. That's all I got. We are out of time. We gotta get going. It was such a blast. It was such a great time. We're gonna dissect all of this next week. So after the devastation of having to betray friendships and claw your way to the success that you know you deserve, the only way possible that you can actually treat yourself and give yourself some breathing room, is to sit down with a plate of heart tomatoes. Happy time zone, folks. We'll catch you next week.